fall in line? What the fuck? No, what the actual fuck? What the actual goddamn fuck? What the actual goddamn motherfucking goddamn fuck? Crap. Crap, crap, crap. Crap, crap, shit, crap, goddamn fucking shit, crap, crap, son of a bitch ass, white, shit, white, crap, 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 and crap. Fall in line.
What? Okay.
You have 3 new messages.
Hey, it's Kev. I'm baking up a slamming congratulatory brunch for when you get home to celebrate your first day on the job. It's gonna be dope. Oh, and it's official. I'm gonna be spinning at that Idols party I told you about, so hope you can come. TTYL.
Hey there, it's Nina. So excited about your new gig. I thought you'd want to know. I heard back from the museum. They went with someone else for the junior art curator job, so looks like I'm still stuck with Los Panteros. Anyway, I'm glad one of us had a good day at least. See you soon.
Hey, it's Eli. Congrats on your first day as part of the workforce. Speaking of which, when you asked to borrow my copy of Be Your Own Boss, I assumed it was because you wanted to read it, not to level out the coffee table. So let's talk about that when you get back. Can't wait to hear about all the HR forms I'm sure you had to sign.
Oh, everything smells amazing, Kev.
You know what would make it smell even better?
Hey man, if you want a $300 waffle maker, you can buy with the exposure the Idols pay you in. Don't expect us to chip in.
I've told you before, the Idols are trying to build a post-capitalist society where money is not a concept.
Yeah? Then why don't you go run off and join the commune?
I'm into showering. Are you gonna help me get the waffle maker or not?
As an investor, I don't like wasting money.
You're wearing a fucking bow tie.
Okay, I will throw in $20 for a waffle maker.
Nina?
Good for 10?
Who helped you move your forged paintings last month?
Fine, 15.
What sort of waffle maker can I get for 35 bucks?
Presumably one that makes fucking waffles.
Hey! Hey, the wage slave is back.
How was your first day? Were the other mercenaries nice to you?
You know, as far as hired killers go, I'd give him a 7.
You look like you could use a mimosa.
Thanks, Eli.
Seriously, how's the job?
It's the murder business. The fundamentals don't change, just the uniform.
I can tell you love it.
Okay, I don't have to love it, I have to pay my student loans.
I'm in.
So I'm guessing that means the pay's good.
Supposed to be. Got stiffed on my bonus today.
Dude, what the fuck?
I played a little fast and loose on the job, and, well, my CO wasn't a fan.
You gotta be kidding me.
Swear to God, this lady walked right off the set of an 80s action movie. I was half expecting her to call me Rook and threaten to take my badge.
Are we gonna make rent?
We'll make rent. We just gotta be a little more creative.
Last time we got creative, I got stabbed 3 times.
Hey, it would have been 4 times if Nina and I hadn't shown up.
It would have been 0 times if you were on time.
This is true. Look, this is really not a big deal. We just knock off a payday loan place. No one gives a shit if people rob those bastards.
You have a job now. You could actually just take the loan.
Eli, I don't do business with morally bankrupt companies.
You work for Marshall.
Brunch is a time for friends and mimosas, not debates on morality.
All right, all right.
Man, this is really fucking good, Kev.
Thanks. I was worried I added too much pepper.
No, seriously, this is perfect. The only way this could be better is if you put on a fucking shirt.
Dinner and a show, baby.
Oh, please.
Okay, brunch is done, dishes are clean. Let's go rob a payday loan place.
And you know how we should celebrate afterwards.
Karaoke!
Yes!
So, Nina, are we taking your project car?
Fuck no, I'm not risking my baby over rent. We're boosting cars from down the street.
Ooh! Can we take a hybrid?
Eli, I love that you're worried about fuel efficiency, but I'm thinking acceleration is gonna matter more.
Your carbon footprint always matters.
Just take that yellow one.
Kev, you cased the place. What are we looking at?
One guard out front and the owner at the till. He's a real scuzzbag. I want some kick a dog. So, you know, fuck that guy.
Almost there. Let's get psyched.
Only you
Oh,
can
no.
decide how
Not
you
this
react
crap
to
again.
adversity.
Hey,
Only
What's the
you
rule?
can choose
Don't
to
yuck
adapt to
someone's
the
yum.
changes that life throws your way. You have more agency and power than the world wants you to know. But to realize that power, there's something you need to do. You need to be your own boss of your job. That's right. Be your own boss.
One of these days, I'm gonna get you to listen to music in the car.
Roger McGillicuddy speaks the music of my soul.
You are a different kind of cat, Eli.
What can I say? The world is full of uninteresting people, and I'm not gonna be one of them. You got one of those for me?
You really want one after last time?
I am not the first person to accidentally shoot a friend by dropping a loaded... Yeah, okay, I don't need a gun.
Good call. Showtime.
So I made them watch while I broke their dad's... Ah, shit.
Walk away, or the phrase dead-end job gets literal.
I don't have much.
We don't want your money, just his. Get out of here.
You done fucked up.
I've been getting that a lot lately. Where's the safe?
If you're lucky, the cops will get to you before my people.
Nice left.
Been practicing.
I can tell.
Safe's back here. This guy had his password be a bunch of 5s.
Pick it up, Eli.
I'm just saying, he could have at least made us work for it.
Same plan as last time. Eli, Kev, pretend traffic laws matter and get the money home. Nina and I will split up and give the cops the runaround.
Cool, let me get the McGillicuddy.
No!
Try to keep up this time.
Yeah. See you at the switch. Time to beat it before the cops show up.
Life is full of adversity and challenges. But
Oh, fuck no.
I'm monitoring the police scanner. They're just responding to the call. Cops are now en route to the payday place. Sounds like they're out in force.
Crap. Had time for a train. Shit. Guys, I got cops on my ass. Nina, don't wait for me. I gotta lose these guys.
Try sideswiping them. It always works for me. Just let them get alongside you, and then bam, send them into a ditch.
Not going fast enough to do any damage.
Hit them when they're right up next to you. It really gets them flying. Remember to keep your speed up.
Gotta speed up. Ugh!
You'll do more damage the faster you go.
Ha! That took care of them. How's everyone else?
Eli and I made it home with the money. You ready for karaoke?
Start warming up those voices. Nina, where you at?
Just changed cars and headed home.
Good. Headed to my switch car now.
It was safe and sound at the junkyard a minute ago.
That's pretty deep in Pantero's territory. Did you tell your gang you did that?
Are you kidding me? If Sergio knew we were running a job on his turf, he would have taken a 90% cut.
90%? Good God. The man's either a monster or a capitalist genius.
What? The fuck did you assholes do to my getaway car?
Ain't your car if it's on our turf. Now you're gonna pay for parking. Can't take all of us.
The things I do to pay my rent. Ooh. Perfect hit.
We'll teach you to respect Los
I don't have time for this shit today. I needed that fucking car.
You think you can do business without giving us in?
Problem. Los Panteros scrapped my switch car.
They what?
Bigger problem. The police picked up that firefight at the junkyard. They're heading your way.
Grab a bike and head off-road. I'll pick you up in the desert.
Damn. Sounds like no karaoke tonight.
Every fucking time, man.
I'm on my way. There's a trail that goes between the mesas. I'll meet you on the other side.
Got it.
Do I want to know what happened to the Panteros who stripped your car?
Sorry, Nina. Self-defense.
Fuck, I didn't want that to happen. Let's hope Sergio never finds out it was us. You free and clear yet?
Not at all. I've got cops up the ass.
I'll pick you up on the other side of the bridge.
No surprise there.
on the ground!
You called for a ride?
You said you didn't want to risk your car.
I said I didn't want to risk it for rent. I'd risk anything for you dummies. So, is this how it's gonna be every time we have to pay rent?
I thought that went great. Yeah, okay. Maybe I can go back to running my old side hustles for extra cash? Don't worry. We'll figure it out. This town is full of opportunities, if you know where to look.
Hey, glad you made it home safe. We have to get better at this rent thing or we'll never get to do karaoke again.
Also, we'll get evicted.
Nina said you might go back to some of your old side hustles. I have some friends who might need work done in your area of expertise.
When you say friends, do you mean friends or special friends?
All my friends are special. I'll put their info on your map. I think you'll really like them.
I'll like them fine as long as their money's good. Thanks, Kev.
This is the best!
Ah!
Bullshit!
This is trash.
I'm not letting you out of my sight again.
Pitbull?
Long time no see. How you been?
What the?
Good. I mean, great.
I hear you're now gainfully employed.
Yeah, but you know, could always use a little extra on the side. What are you up to?
Consulting. Got a big client in the telecom sector.
Telecom, huh?
You interested?
Don't really know much about telecom.
No, trust me, this work is right up your alley. Still got your wingsuit?
Yeah, but I'm a little rusty.
Don't worry, we'll go over the basics. You in?
I don't even know what we're doing.
Come on. Let's go for a ride.
The target is a set of receiver dishes on the rooftops below. You'll wingsuit to each target area and destroy the dishes. We have equipped you with satchel charges for this purpose. You ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Good. One more thing. You need to finish this job before time runs out. If we miss our window, we gotta scrub the whole operation.
I can use this tower to get a little more height.
You cleared the first area. Time to spare. Nice work.
So this is how they do it now in the telecom business?
The market's very competitive.
Seriously?
Don't ask too many questions, just enjoy the paycheck.
Huh. Okay. That was easy.
Newbie, I've assigned you a driver for your next job. Meet us at the rendezvous.
I'll be right there.
Who? What is holding us up?
Sir? Just ran me over. Hello? That's not cool. Wait a minute. What is that? That's like a giant jump. I think I have to do it for science. Whoa. Uh-oh. Playing Tristan is not a good idea. Snake Canyon River. Oh, okay. Off-road kit. Vehicles are harder to control on off-road for rural terrain. Install off-road kit at Jim Robs. Right. Bumpy out here.
Can't afford that.
Ooh. Swim move. Oh, dinosaur. Off the dinosaur. What? Is that a... Is that a giant taco dinosaur? What? Okay. Now what?
Where is everyone?
I didn't need everyone. Just you.
Because I'm the only one who could get it done.
Yeah.
Sure, let's go with that.
Got him.
Sergio, huh?
You're familiar with Panteros?
I mean, my roommate's one of them, so yeah. Oh, don't give me that look. Rent's expensive.
Is this gonna be a problem?
I mean, per the roommate code, I'm gonna have to fold her laundry for 2 weeks, but beyond that, I'm golden. What are they moving?
Antiquities, mostly. The Nawali was waiting to sync up with them before he was captured.
You mean before we captured him?
I'm pretty sure you were about to die when I came along and saved your ass.
And yet, if I hadn't stalled him, he would have got away. So, you're welcome. Do you want it to look like an accident or a statement?
What?
Well, I'm assuming you want me to make the convoy disappear.
No, I want you to follow it.
So I can kill everyone and retrieve the stolen goods.
So we know where they're going.
Sure, and then I kill everyone and retrieve the stolen goods.
No. Then you will report back to me, I will arrive with the team, and you will go home and hit the showers before you have a chance to fuck it up.
You think I can't do this?
I think you like getting a paycheck. Follow the convoy.
It's gonna be a fun matchup
Don't
up
fuck
top.
it up.
Whoa. Ow.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Marshal.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Ow! I can't move? That's annoying. Oh, it's your mother of pearl.
An enemy has been slain.
Haha! Good job, buddy. Very good. Nice. Very nice. Oh, miss. Ow. I need that noon quiver, yo. Gotta get me one of them noon quivers. How do I get out of this?
An ally has been slain.
Ooh. That's unfortunate. You gotta run this way. Oh, not good. Hold. Oh boy.
Ally has been slain.
Whoop. Okay. Oh no, that's not good. I'm dead. That's crazy. Ugh, that amount of stun. I think I need a QSS. Yeah, eventually. Oh my, nice play. Good play. I probably could have flash shots on that in Italy. Yeah. That was my bad. Yeah, I definitely could have flash shots on that in Italy and tried to make some of that. Now I'm super behind. Like, actually, yeah. So now, they're gonna take double drag now? Oof. Yeah. Oh, Nidalee's the mid laner? Oh my god. I thought Nidalee was the jungler. How's she always here? What the heck? She's always here. Uh-huh. I dead. Dead. What? Well, thanks. There we go, put it. It's so dumb. I was dead anyway. Literally right here. I was dead anyway. There's no help. No hope there. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. This is the point of the game where everyone, I feel like it's an A round. Everyone just kind of runs mid. Kind of gets a little weird.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
An enemy has been slain.
Whee! Do I have a good back timer? No. I need 2100. Oh boy. I could just chill out here. I mean, that's kind of why I bought the Vamp Scepter. I'm literally just going to sit out here and, like, I don't know, trade and try to go even-ish. If I can get ahead and keep Caitlyn in my lane, that's great. I'm going to go down for the, I'm going to just try to take a little farm too from the jungle. Jungle is doing pretty okay. I'm struggle buffing. Alright, now their ADC just dipped, so I feel like they have 4 kills. They're probably defending mid thinking that I'm back, which is good. Oh, top side's a tower too. Oh, here's Kate. Good, that's fine. I'm okay with that. She should keep pushing. She can. She probably won't. Probably backing in the bush right now. That's fine. And she's back.
An ally has been slain.
Good. There's vision there. I should probably go clear that. I want to clear Woman Wave though. That'll get me my item and this is my mythic. Plus that gets this wave to slam the tower, which is kind of, nope, it doesn't get me mythic. Okay, well, have to go play my own brand of... okay, no, top laner's gonna take top, that's good. I was gonna go cover top. If top's gonna come jungle, I cover top. Aurelia has no no urge for the drag.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm pretty sure. If we go a 2-for-1 here, 2 towers. Here, I'm gonna come for drag. Come. Can we do this? Ow. Okay. Cover it up. I don't think we're gonna get that. It's just one of those things. I don't think we could get it. But Sage could get some push off, which is great. Add pressure. I finished my mythic here. Fantastic. Vlad gets the kill. Lovely. That's awesome. I need Vlad to go back mid so he picks that wave. Is he gonna do it? He is thinking about it. I'm gonna go back bot. Maybe catch this. Hopefully no one's coming. If someone's coming, I go back to base, get my mythic. If not, I push up. I can get this wave +1, and there's Baron. Now this should slam up. Okay, their support's gonna catch it, that's fine. At least we know where their support is. That's good. We really need that mid tower to go down. If we could unlock that mid tower, that'd be fantastic. Beautiful. Good job, Vlad. Yep, we need a wave. Well, clear this. Ooh. Ow. Alright, I gotta go bait.
Enemy triple kill. Shut down. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed.
Alright. Do I want to surrender? Not really. Do I think we could win this? Yes. Do I... Huh. Well then. They're in the bush right here. Maybe. Let's see if they go for that. Nope, they backed off. Cool. Oof, 1600 so the way. Getting Veps up there, thinking about it. I don't know. It's like necessary, but it stalls out my second item. But just to get kind of back into farming mode, There's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 mid? Okay. As long as my team can hold them there, and I think they can, then I'm great. They're not running down for me. They just abandoned everyone now. He's coming? Who's coming?
An enemy has
They need more than that. Oh, they don't have more than that. They're still defending mid? Question mark? Alright, so I push. I don't think Morg knows what she's getting into.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Now I'm sure this Morg knows what she's getting into. I'm dead, but you know what? Worth. Not in terms of them getting a soul, but hey, just doing something on the map, why not? I'll take that. That could be some good gold. What else can we do? Here, I can transition to Bloodthirster. That'd be fine. I think that in the long grand scheme of things, that would be fine. I feel like I'm just running it down, and it looks like I'm just running it down, but honestly, I'm not. I am actually farming pretty nice. 7.6. Okay, eyes are going to be on Baron here.
Enemy killing spree.
Oh boy. Still, our mid lane is still up, which is not ideal, especially at 25 minutes. That mid tower really has to get popped. So, you calling me? Oh, I need help here mid.
Enemy rampage.
What's going on?
Enemy double kill.
Nah. I still think it's winnable. It's not that far off. I know it looks bad, but it's not bad. It's not that bad. Honestly, for Baron, they're gonna have to give us mid. Which, yeah, not good for us. But, you know what? I'm gonna try to take it. Can they catch me? Oh, that's cool. I flashed after he hit me with a sword. Nice. Again, I still think getting mid is key. If we could get mid, there's a chance. If we can't get mid, then it's they have so much coverage in the middle of the map, we can never see anything. And then obviously they take objectives pretty easily and safely. Nice. Good job, Singe.
Has destroyed a turret.
He can hold that wave. Hold that wave. Hold this. Hold this. Hold this. If he holds that, they can't finish. Ow. I was just fodder there. Hey, I gotta kill them now. Oh wow. They're throwing so hard. Oh ho ho! Get him, Vladdy. Wow. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna stopwatch someone. I feel like someone's gonna jump on me. Obviously, I don't know why they're going for me so hard. I get it. I have the most farm on the AC, blah blah. But I am not. Oh, because I'm the most squish. I'm the easiest target, duh. That's fine. Lubo's still here. I lose Lubo? Nice. I'll take this. Can we defend mid here? That would be... I'm split between trying to push and trying to defend. I think the play here is to defend. We will try it. I will try it. We will try it. I will try it. Come on, bud. Oh, yeah. Hi. How are you today? Oh, that's less than ideal. I forget. Caitlyn has trap. Oh, it's over. Well, we learned a lot that game. What did we learn?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone really gets honor that game. My Lux made a couple of cool plays, but the fact that she's Lux is just nah. She really just does like one thing every 6 seconds ish, hopefully. Wow, how the Fallen have mighty. Out of game. I'll be right back. never be big. You will never be happy. You will never satisfy your wife. What did I walk into? Okay. Yeah. That's some weird shit right there. Alright. Remind me after the game, I want to change my emotes. Alright, we'll start Dorns. What do we get? Okay. Timo and Jenks. Fair. That's fine. I could almost guarantee Timo's gonna be in this bush.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Surprise! We hit him with that surprise. What is this person doing? You are allowed in the bush. You could come here. No one will stop you.
Minions have spawned.
You start Q, E, W. What do you got? Okay. Well then. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna jump on their head. Is that your attack speed? And wait, what? Nice. I was like, how come I can't Q the tower? My thingy's on. I gotta change that too. Oh, I gotta get rid of that. Yes, go by your ally. Go give him a hug. Please. Or not. I don't know. Uh-oh. Spaghettos. Okay. I think he's dead.
Executed. An ally has been slain.
What the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna need to take a back here. I have like $1 million billion. Whee!
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Mm-hmm. Aha. I don't know if he's there. Unclear.
Ally has been slain.
Ugh. Close. Why is Katarina roaming again? Where's my mid laner? Hello? That's cool. Eat a missile, why don't you? Oh boy. It gets worse.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Well, the good news is, bot lane's getting gapped hard in terms of CS. Bad news is, I don't have a mid laner. Swing and a miss.
An ally has been slain.
Pretty sure I had him without that guy, but thanks. Fine.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, the long swords, please.
This is great. This is so beautiful, man. This is important work that we're doing up here. It matters. I don't know why you think you came out. You know. Oh, it's date night. Where can we not talk for 90 minutes or whatever? Like I don't know what you're thinking. But let me tell you what's happening on this rooftop right now. Audience, comedians, we're coming together and we're birthing laughter into the world where previously it did not exist. Thereby making the world a better place. So yeah, we're doing our part. Absolutely. We're doing our part. Yeah. We're doing what we can. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do anything about the climate or the Ukraine or the Supreme Court, but I can talk about my dick for 10 minutes. You know what I mean? I can do that. And, you know, there's a sacrifice involved in it. Like, before I left the country, I drove up here from New York, which is right up the geography buff. And I came up here, I was on my way out the door, right? Which I'm no hero. So I leave my apartment. You know. Maybe you're a window dude. I don't know your story. Yeah, I'm a doorman, and I'm not a doorman. I didn't mean that. I don't have a job, but I leave through doors. All right, real sticklers, Boston. Anyway, I'm on my way out the door, and my son stops me, right? And he says to me, and he goes, "Whoa, Daddy, do you have a show tonight?" We didn't say that exactly. He said, "Mike, do you have a show tonight?" And I said, "Yes, I do." And he was like, "Well, would you skip it? Because I want you to read me a story. Tuck me in, put me to bed, have a relationship with me." I know. I was like, "Buddy, I'd love to, but there are 84 complete fucking strangers on the roof of a troubled company by the river. And they need to hear about Daddy's balls. So, like, I don't know what to tell you, you know? Maybe learn to read. Put yourself to bed. Stop asking for a fucking handout all the time. You're 4 years old. It's ridiculous." And turns out he's 6. But the point is that this matters, right? And I'm gonna do my best for you guys. Absolutely. I would do better than my best, but I can't. So I'll do my best. I'm not at my best, but I'm going to do my best. Full disclosure, I am still recovering right now. You can probably tell. I'm still recovering from a very aggressive nap. And you guys know these naps, you know the ones that come to fucking play, right? You know those naps. You're like, I'm going to close my eyes for 5 minutes. Right? And the nap's just like, shh. No one for me. Let this go! What do you need? I thought I was gonna take this nap. This fucking nap took me. And you fight your way out, but you're never quite the same. You're never the same man who went down to the nap after you come out. It always keeps a little piece.
I don't want to shit on outdoor comedy. It's better than Zoom comedy. I don't know if you ever... Yeah, well, I had to do it, and it's hard to look like a comedian over Zoom. It's hard to look like a comedian over webcam. I don't look like a comedian over webcam. I look like I'm about to swing my dick on chat roulette. I'm excited to be back doing comedy, man. I was locked up for a while, man. During the lockup, like, no one tells you shit. I just moved in with my girlfriend, and no one told me anything, you know? No one tells you when you move in with someone, they're always there. I didn't know till I closed that door. I was like, oh, you're here. All right. I didn't know certain things about, I didn't know you had to make the bed every day. day one, my girlfriend's like, "You gonna make the bed?" I was like, "Are we in the army, Sergeant? Is breakfast still at 0800 hours?" I didn't know how important paper towels were in the relationship. Oh, you want to end the relationship? Don't have paper towels. It's fucking over. My girlfriend, she got clean superpowers. I spilled a glass of water silently in the other room. Didn't make a sound, and she was just like, "Do you need a paper towel?" I was like, "Can you smell wet?" What? By the way, we don't have any. I didn't know. She got mad at me for playing video games too, and I always thought it was because she hated video games. Turns out it's the way I play the video games. She had never seen a man more dedicated and focused in his entire life. Take me on a date, I'm a dog at the beach. Hand me a Xbox controller, I am Bobby Fischer in front of a chessboard. I didn't know, and I thought it was because she thought like maybe they caused violence. You guys think that's true? I didn't think it was true till the pandemic, right? Like I didn't, because I was like, how do video games cause violence? I've been playing Madden, which is a football video game, for 20 years, right? Never once have I wanted to play football. I had never been playing Madden for 8 hours and been like, man, I'm ready to take some snaps. How does that shit cause violence if it don't even cause sports, all right? Then I started playing that game Fortnite, started getting cyberbullied by little fucking 9-year-olds and shit. You sound old. What are you, like 20? I'm 34, little bitch. You still live with your parents? I'll shoot up your school, kid. I was like, oh my God. I'm pumped to see the mask mandate come back too, because I just bought my first cloth mask, and boy, does it feel good judging people, you know? It feels so good, like it's the only time I get political. Like as soon as I got that cloth mask, I would just see someone with a surgical mask on, I'd be like, you're poor. What? They're like, wait, are you a nurse? Stop stealing valor. Then I see someone with a mask on driving in their car, and I'd be like, oh, what the fuck, dude? It's a pandemic. I moved from San Francisco, and I had to get out of there because it was expensive, man. Down here's a little cheaper. I don't know. Up there, man, I paid $3,000 a month to live there, and that was just in parking tickets. And it was always street cleaning. Could someone tell me how I'm paying $80? Well, Mark, just wake up and move your car. Have you ever tried to wake up that early? It's not possible. You're in a dream state, bro. And how the hell do I gotta wake up in the year 2022? I gotta wake up. Is it 2021? Anybody else get too high before my set? I gotta wake up to move my car so you could clean the streets?
Anybody here threesome? Who were these people? How'd it go?
Hey everyone, so with how overwhelmingly complicated League of Legends is, we figured we'd make a comprehensive guide to get new players started on the ADC role. It can be incredibly daunting getting started playing a new role or even the game in general, which is exactly why we're making this guide. We'll be going over very basic things, such as what kind of ADCs there are, and some laning tips to get you started instantly. But before we get into things, here's our question of the day. Out of all the champions in the game, who is your favorite dance? I have to say that mine is definitely Ezreal, as his dance reminds me of a time when I was younger and much more cultured. Sadly, his days are gone now. I'd still love to know what your favorite dance is in this game though. It's always interesting to see what everyone enjoys and what the most popular types of games are. have a bit of a feeling it might be hard. This is a challenge to prove me wrong. Don't let me down, boys and girls. Alright, kicking things off, let's talk about the different types of ADCs available so that you can pick the style that you most enjoy. ADCs can generally be broken up into 4 categories: utility, mobility, hyper carry, and lane marksman. As beginners, we recommend disregarding stuff like the meta or what you will see. Just focus on what you find fun, so let's break down each of these ADC types so you can know exactly what you would like to play. Utility marksmen are very team-oriented. They don't deal the most damage out of all ADCs, but they make up for that with powerful engage abilities and team-wide utility spells. If you're someone who likes to shot call or provide support to your allies, then we definitely recommend utility marksmen for you. Mobility carries are literally just what they're called. They are marksmen who have built-in mobility into their kits. These are the ADCs you'll always see in videos as they are quite themselves. Marksmen are quite frail for the most part, but mobility marksmen are quite carry and can take on other classes 1v1 with their outplay potential. If you're someone who likes to play solo or make big plays, then we definitely recommend picking this type up. Hyper carries are probably the most hit or miss of all the marksman types. They are by far the most team dependent as they are incredibly vulnerable due to their lack of mobility and defensive spells. But what they usually lack in survivability, they make up for in insane damage output. They have nearly no playmaking potential on their own, but when the stars align, you will never feel more alive. If you're a patient person and can wait for your opponents to make a mistake, rather than you making your own play, then we definitely recommend this type. Lastly, there are the lane bullies. Marksmen tend to be quite weak early on, but not the lane bullies. As their name suggests, you're playing aggressively from the get-go. They dominate the early laning phase and can snowball their leads to victory from how strong they can become by crushing the laning phase. If you want to play the game through hyper-aggression the entire time, then we would definitely recommend lane bullies for you. Not all ADCs fall under just one category though. Most of them fall under 2, so you can get the best of both worlds with different kinds of ADCs. Again, we highly recommend disregarding the meta and choosing what you enjoy the most to begin your journey in these roles. Lastly, if you're unaware of what the build or EGM would be, then we highly recommend websites like E.GG or Blitz.gg. You won't find the best possible builds on there, but they're a great starting point so that you don't have to waste brain power trying to figure out how to itemize your champion when you first pick them up. And as a quick reminder, if you want to improve fast and get the rank you always wanted, then check out our paper improvement system at skillcast.com. We have professional courses by top players, first commentaries for analysis player walkthroughs to climb out of every rank from Iron to Diamond, and we upload tons of new, exclusive guides to our website each week. In fact, we're so confident you'll improve using our system that if you
If you keep seeing Twitch.
destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Not ideal, but I'm gonna go for the Guardian. Only because it's the best buy we have right now. Is this team are trying to backdoor us? What? Oh my god. I don't think they can. Okay. Yawn. Always caught. I think Udyr could come charge over the try if he knows. Ah, he doesn't know. Okay. I was gonna say, you could just charge over and try to kill, but they Raka, for whatever reasons, on the front lines, which is not correct. Sir? We hold. Elder.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Yeah. He's just trying to distract. He can't do anything. That Teemo could fuck right off. Ugh, so annoying. Aye, let's go. Go away. Good job, Teemo. Way to take the defenses out? Question mark, and lose the game. I mean, okay.
You just loaded up your 6th coin flip solo queue game of the day. Your support starts feeding, your team starts flaming you for something that isn't even your fault, and next thing you know, the game's another 15-minute FF. Does this sound familiar to you?
Yeah.
Trust me when I say that I know how miserable solo queuing as AD carry can be, which is why I'm here with some advice. Today, I'll be giving you 5 crucial tips every ADC should know to make that climb to Diamond easier than it ever was. Sound too good to be true? Well, stick around and find out. Let's start off with our first tip for today, straight out of the Art of War. Appear weak when you're strong. A lot of the time when I watch low elo ADCs play, they're way too quick to give away what they're planning. A great example of this is actually a really common scenario, the level 2 power spike. Most of us know about this by now, but how many times has it resulted in a kill? More often than not, bot lanes pretty much give away instantly on the second wave that they're going to try to hit level 2 as fast as possible and run at you the second that they do. This usually results in the enemy bot lane backing up and missing a few creeps, but never actually winning the lane outright. The best way to get the most out of your plays is to appear weak when you're strong. Let the enemy bot lane think that they can hit level 2, only to have your support use his Targons on the last minion just before they do. Do you see where this is going? Let me show this to you in a real game. Now this clip starts off with me about to hit level 3 on Ezreal, with my wave slow pushing into the enemy team. As we've gone over before in previous videos, trading is best to do when your wave is pushing out because you have more minions around you to protect you. Couple this with the fact that I'm level 3 to level 2, and it's pretty clear that I'm stronger than the enemy bot lane. However, I don't necessarily want to give this away immediately. I ward the bush, and I wait for the opportunity to arise.
The
This
idea of
lulls
somebody
the enemy
being
bot
born
lane
better
into
than
a false
somebody
sense of
else
security.
is an archaic, old-fashioned, timed out human practice. I renounce my kingship, and I renounce the idea of a royal family and royalty. But he didn't do that. He's turned into a jerk, and he is just lusting and just loving the power that he has. So much news that I didn't get to, folks. So we're out of time for today. I'll take a 21-hour break and hopefully get to it all tomorrow. You stay classy, Info Warriors.
Part of this war against the globalists is understanding that they have almost unlimited funding on their side. We don't have that. We the people, we have you, the viewers and listeners. Now, it seems like we're underdogs, but despite all the incredible funding they've got, they don't have the truth on their side. So this is literally a David versus Goliath scenario that we're talking about. And that's why what you've done, supporting InfoWars over the years, is so incredible. We have changed the world, and the left and the globalists and their pedophile armies are more outraged than ever that we're still on air. Now, you've come through over the years and funded us to stay on air. It's not your fault they launched the Great Reset and the lockdowns and destroyed the supply chain systems. So in the last year and a half, we had real problems getting the products that you love.
And they actually decide to use
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I was just watching this very disturbing commercial.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I was just watching this very disturbing commercial.
Yeah.
Yesterday with children, and it was talking about ADHD, and it showed a kid that was not paying attention in class, and it showed these kids like playing around and doing things they weren't supposed to be doing.
Yes.
And then they introduced this medication. And then you have the child raising their hand, and then you have everyone clapping, and you have the child with a big smile on their face, and you've medicated your child to be a successful and integrated person in society.
Shall I spot off about ADHD for a minute?
Yes, please.
That was my first book on ADHD. It's the American Scattered Minds, depending on which edition you get. And that was after I was diagnosed with it myself in my 50s.
What does it mean?
ADHD?
Yeah, what is it exactly? Is it real?
Oh, it's real.
But what does it mean?
Well,
like if someone has ADHD, it's not like you have herpes, right? Like you can say, oh, you got a disease.
Well,
what is it?
Well, that's the whole point, is that the medical profession and a lot of the so-called experts think about it as a disease. Another one of these inherited diseases. In fact, they say it's the most heritable mental illness there is. And I say it's neither an illness nor is it heritable. So the hallmark are difficulty paying attention when you're not motivated.
Yeah.
So kind of tuning out, like that kid in the commercial.
Like me.
Okay. Poor impulse control, so that you tend to act out whatever emotion arises. And sometimes the hyperactivity, difficulty sitting still and having to fidget and all that. And that described me to a T. But as soon as I learned about the diagnosis, I knew something. This is not a disease, and it's not heritable, despite the fact that some of my kids were diagnosed with it. What is it? So tuning out is not a disease. So let me ask you a question, if I may.
Okay.
If I were to stress you right now, create stress, emotional difficulty or tension for you right now, what would be your options of dealing with that? Dealing with me, what would be your options?
I could either get upset or I could leave.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You could fight back, flight or fight, yeah? But what if you didn't have those options?
Yeah, then you're stuck.
And now what does the brain do when you're stuck like that?
Gets distracted.
It gets tunes out.
Yeah, tunes out. You want to do other things, think about other things.
In other words, it's a coping mechanism.
Yeah, it's normal. I mean, the idea that your child, who is an 8, 9-year-old ball of energy filled with, hormones and life and thoughts and things they enjoy, and then you make them sit down all day in this unnatural state in a classroom with fluorescent lights and stare at a teacher that's unmotivated and underpaid and is teaching something in a very boring and non-entertaining way.
Yeah.
And then if this kid doesn't lock in like a zombie, we need to medicate him.
Yeah, well, the other part of it is that if you look at my infancy, and it sounds like yours, we spent our first year or two under very difficult circumstances, a lot of stress. Infants can't help but absorb the stress of it.
Right.
They can't help it. What does an infant do? Could I have escaped the fuck that? Could you help? All we could do is tune out.
Yeah.
But when is this tuning out happening? When our brain is being developed.
Right.
And our brain, this is the part that nobody taught me in medical school, but it turns out that brain science now teaches us that the human brain develops under the impact of the environment. So the most salient feature of the environment that shapes the surface of the human brain is actually the relationship with the parents. And if the parents are present and emotionally attuned and available, child brain develops. If the parents are stressed, the child absorbs the stress. What can they do with it? They tune out. And that tuning out thing is programmed into the brain, and then 10 years later or 50 years later we say, you got this disease. No, you don't. You've got a coping mechanism that's no longer working for you. But it had a function in that first moment. This whole idea. And by the way, if a family comes to me with their ADHD child, I'll say to them, what you've got here is a very sensitive child. That sensitive child is picking up on all the vibes, energies, and stresses in your family. Want to help this child? Deal with the whole family. Look at the parental relationship. Look at what stress is there in your life. Look at how you react to the child. Look at, you understand the child's behavior or the emotions that the child is having, or you're just trying to control the child's behavior. Look at all that. And very often parents will tell me that they've read that book on ADHD, they've totally changed their relationship to their child. The child changes. What a surprise. But you go to most doctors, you got this disease, here's the pill. And by the way, I took those medications and they helped me for a while. You know, so I'm not anti-
When you were in your 50s?
Yeah. I'm not anti-medication.
Which ones did you take?
I took Ritalin, which I can tell you the story.
Sure.
So, you know, one of the hallmarks of ADHD is poor impulse control, right? So I found out about ADHD, and even before I was diagnosed, I took Ritalin. And
why'd you take it before you were diagnosed?
Because I'm a doctor and I could, hey? And
so you diagnosed yourself?
Well, they did, and
so you at least assumed that you had that, didn't you?
Yeah, I knew I had it, but not only that, also because I had poor impulse control. I never practiced medicine that way. I mean, if you came to me for any problem, my first impulse would never be to write you a prescription, unless it was obvious that you needed it for an infection or something. I'd sit down with you and talk to you about what's going on here, but not me. Poor impulse regulation. So I went to a colleague of mine, a medical colleague. I said, hey Bev, I think I've got ADHD. Can you give me some Ritalin? So she writes me a prescription. And then I took it in a higher than recommended initial dose. And because I mean, if a little bit is good, then more must be even better. And again, it's not how I practice medicine.
Right.
But when I came to myself, that's a totally different ballgame. So I felt immediately present and calm and grounded. And
really?
Yeah.
And it's a stimulant.
And I went, well, it calms the ADHD brain. Then I go home, and my wife says, you look stoned.
Because you're calm.
Yeah. Well, because I got this glassy-eyed expression. And within a couple of days, the Ritalin made me very depressed. That's one of its potential side effects. So I did see a psychiatrist. I was formally diagnosed and they gave me Dexamethasone. And I took that for a while.
That's an amphetamine, isn't it?
It's an amphetamine. It's another stimulant. And it did help me. I became a much more efficient workaholic, and I could do even work. It didn't change any of my emotional issues, but it made me more focused and so on. It helped me write my first book. But I haven't taken them for decades. But because also I know that the brain can change if you treat it right. So the reliance on medications that we have is a real poverty of the spirit, a real poverty of imagination, a poverty of medical education. The average doctor never learns this stuff. The average physician never gets a single lecture on brain development, how the brain develops in interaction with the environment. So when you're seeing, and let alone do they hear about trauma, They don't, hardly at all.
Right.
So when they see an adult with ADHD or depression or addiction or bipolar conditions or for that matter, autoimmune illness or anything else, they don't think of trauma. They just think of this disease. And they think that the diagnosis explains everything, but the diagnosis don't explain anything. Because think about it. Let's say Gabor or Joe goes to a doctor and they diagnose with ADHD. Well, what are the hallmarks of ADHD? Well, tuning out, poor impulse regulation, maybe hyperactivity. Why does Gabor have poor impulse control, hyperactivity, and tuning out? Because he's got ADHD. How do we know he's got ADHD? Because he's got poor impulse control and tunes out, and he's hyperactive. Why is he hyperactive, tunes out, have poor impulse control? He's got ADHD. How do we know he's got ADHD? It's circular. It doesn't explain it. It doesn't explain anything. Diagnoses describe things, and that they can be helpful that way, but they don't explain.
Yeah, one of the things that people get, they get treated for and they get diagnosed with is anxiety.
Yeah.
And that one drives me nuts.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts because people pretend that anxiety is a disease.
Yeah.
And I'm like, my God, the world should make you anxious if you're a sensitive, introspective person. If you're just looking at the world itself and you don't put it in perspective, like the world's it's filled with anxiety. The anxiety it's future problem solving. You're thinking about all the things that can go wrong. You're thinking about your life in a potentially devastating way. And that's not a disease. That's just the way you look at the world. And people are getting diagnosed with it.
Well, I won't quite agree with you on that one.
In what way?
I felt anxious at times.
Sure.
The world every day is the same.
The world is the same, but the way you look at it is not the same, right?
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying. So
but
the
that's
world
true.
is giving you anxiety.
No, the world is not giving me anxiety.
Right. You're giving yourself anxiety by looking at the world, right?
And by how I look at the world.
Yes.
Because I can look at the same world one day and feel grounded and connected, and I may have all kinds of concerns about what's happening in the world, but my nervous system won't be on edge. My adrenaline won't be flowing. I won't be anxious.
That's my point, is that it's not a disease.
It isn't a disease.
Right.
So remember I talked about those brain circuits of lust and care and rage and seeking and so on. One of the brain circuits that we have is described by a very prominent late neuroscientist, Jaak Panksepp, is for panic and grief. Panic and grief are the normal responses of the young human being, of the young animal, when care isn't available. So when the parents are stressed, distracted, economically, or politically, or because of their own unresolved trauma, or whatever's going on in their lives, and they don't respond to the child's distress, they don't pick up the child when they're crying, they make the child be alone when the child is upset. The child's panic circuits get activated, as they should be, because when the child's panic circuits get activated, they cry for help.
Yeah.
So it's necessary for survival. A young animal should feel panic when the adult is unavailable. In a rational world, in a sane world, that child would be responded to. But when children, as in our society, are not responded to in their distress, the panic becomes built into their nervous system, and now you have a lot of anxious people. And that's why more and more kids are being diagnosed. You're right, it's not a disease, it's a response to the environment.
And the thought process of like leaving a child alone when the child's crying, is that to toughen the kid up? Is the thought process that you don't want to encourage this sort of behavior because then they'll do it all the time, and then you'll develop an indulgent child? Like, what is the thought process?
The thought process is that the child's behavior is the problem. And so we have to fix the behavior by controlling it. Now, actually, the opposite is true. Because if you pick up the child when the child has distress, physical and emotional distress, you're teaching the child that the world is safe, and they don't have to be anxious about it, and they can just ask for help. And it doesn't entrench kind of crying manipulative behavior. How it works, Dr. Daniel Siegel, who's a psychiatrist at UCLA and a very prolific author and mind researcher, he says in his book, The Developing Mind, that the child uses the mature circuits of the adult brain to regulate its own immature, unregulated circuits. So when the adults show up in a calm, loving way, that the child downloads that into his own nervous system, and then he grows up. He's not going to be an infant forever. At some point, he's going to be a mature adult who knows how to take care of themselves. That's a natural process. We don't have to teach kids to be independent. Independent is nature's agenda, because the parents are going to die. At some point, the mother bear is going to disappear. That bear cub has to be able to look after themselves in a mature, confident way. That's nature's natural agenda. What the mother bear needs to do is to meet the needs of that infant bear, so the infant bear can mature. So if you meet the child's needs, they're going to mature out of that helpless state with that sense of self-regulation and calm confidence in their own capacity. But when you don't pick kids up, what you teach them is that the world is not available, that they're alone, and that they're helpless. Talk about a formula for anxiety.
Mossad will do anything. Mossad has no qualms doing what it takes to ensure the survival of every Israeli citizen around the world. Most other countries will stop at some point, but Mossad doesn't do that.
The following is a conversation with Andrew Bustamante, former CIA covert intelligence officer and U.S. Air Force combat veteran, including the job of operational targeting, encrypted communications, and launch operations for 200 nuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles. Andrew's over 7 years as a CIA spy have given him a skill set and a perspective on the world that is fascinating to explore. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Andrew Bustamante. The Central Intelligence Agency was formed almost 75 years ago. What is the mission of the CIA? How does it work?
The mission of the CIA is to collect intelligence from around the world that supports a national security mission and be the central repository for all other intelligence agencies so that it's one collective source where all intelligence can be synthesized and then passed forward to the decision makers.
That doesn't include domestic intelligence. It's primarily looking outward, outside the United States.
Correct. CIA is the foreign intelligence collection king spoke, if you will. FBI does domestic, and then Department of Homeland Security does domestic. Law enforcement essentially handles all things domestic. Intelligence is not law enforcement, so we technically cannot work inside the United States.
Is there clear lines to be drawn between, like you just said, the FBI, CIA, FBI, and the other U.S. intelligence agencies like the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, Department of Homeland Security, NSA, National Security Agency, and there's a list.
There's a list of about 33 different intelligence organizations. Yeah,
so like the Army, the Navy has all the different organizations have their own intelligence groups. So is there clear lines here to be drawn, or is the CIA the giant integrator of all of these?
It's a little bit of both, to be honest. So yes, there are absolutely lines, and more so than the lines, there are lines that divide what our primary mission is. Everything's got to be prioritized. That's one of the benefits and the superpowers of the United States, is we prioritize everything. So different intelligence organizations are prioritized to collect certain types of intelligence. And then within the confines of how they collect, they're also given unique authorities. Authorities are a term that's directed by the executive branch. Different agencies have different authorities to execute missions in different ways. FBI can't execute the same way CIA executes, and CIA can't execute the same way NGA executes. But then at the end, excuse me, when it's all collected, then yes, CIA still acts as a final synthesizing repository to create what's known as the President's Daily Brief. the PDB. The only way CIA can create the PDB is by being the single source of all source intelligence from around the IC, the intelligence community, which are those 30 some odd and always changing organizations that are sponsored for intelligence operations.
What does the PDB, the President's Daily Brief, look like? How long is it? What does it contain?
So first of all, it looks like the most expensive book report you can ever imagine. It's got its own binder. It's all very high end. It feels important. It looks important. It's not like a cheap Trapper Keeper. It's somewhere between, I would give it probably between 50 and 125 pages a day. It's produced every day around 2 o'clock in the morning by a dedicated group of analysts. And each page is essentially a short paragraph to a few paragraphs about a priority happening that affects national security from around the world. The president rarely gets to the entire briefing in a day. He relies on a briefer instead to prioritize what inside the briefing needs to be shared with the president. Because some days the PDB will get briefed in 10 minutes, and some days it'll be briefed over the course of 2 hours. It depends on the president's schedule.
How much competition is there for the first page? And how much jockeying there is for attention? I imagine for all the different intelligence agencies, and within the CIA, there's probably different groups that are modular, and they all care about different nations or different cases. And do you understand how much competition there is for the attention, for the limited attention of the president?
You're 100% correct in how the agency and how officers and managers of the agency handle the PDB. There's a ton of competition. Everybody wants to be the first on the radar. Everybody wants to be on the first page. The thing that we're not baking into the equation is the president's interest. The president dictates what's on the first page of his interview. He will tell them, usually the day before, I want to see this on the first page tomorrow. Bring this to me in the beginning. I don't want to hear about what's happening in Mozambique. I don't really care about what's happening in Saudi Arabia. I want to see 1, 2, 3. And regardless of whether or not those are the 3 biggest things in the world, the president's the executive. He's the one. He's the ultimate customer. So we do what the customer says. That has backfired in the past. If you haven't already started seeing how that could go wrong, that has backfired in the past, but that is essentially what happens when you serve in the executive branch. You serve the executive.
So what's the role of the director of the CIA versus the president? What's that dance like? So the president really leads the focus of the CIA?
The president is the commander-in-chief for the military, but the executive, the president is also the executive for the entirety of the intelligence community. So he's the ultimate customer. If you look at it like a business, the customer, the person spending the money, is the president, and the director is the CEO. So if the director doesn't create what the president wants, there's going to be a new director. That's why the director of CIA is a presidential appointed position. Sometimes they're extremely qualified intelligence professionals. Sometimes they're just professional politicians or soldiers that get put into that seat, because the president trusts them to do what he wants them to do. Another gaping area that causes problems, but that's still the way it is.
So you think this is a problematic configuration of the whole system?
Massive flaw in the system. It is a massive flaw in the system, because if you're essentially appointing a director to do what you want them to do, then you're assigning a crony. And that's what we define corruption as within the United States. And inside the United States, we say, if you pick somebody outside of merit for any other reason other than merit, then it's cronyism or it's nepotism. Here, that's exactly what our structure is built on. All presidential appointments are appointed on something other than merit.
So for an intelligence agency to be effective, it has to discover the truth and communicate that truth. And maybe if you're appointing the director of that agency, they're less likely to communicate the truth to you unless the truth aligns perfectly with your desired worldview.
Well, not necessarily perfectly, because there are other steps, right? They have to go in front of Congress, and they have to have the support of multiple legislators. But the challenge is that the short list of people who even get the opportunity aren't a meritorious list. It's a short list based off of who the president is picking, or who the would-be president is picking. Now, I think we've proven that an intelligence organization can be extremely effective even within the flawed system. The challenge is, how much more effective could we be if we improve? And I think that's the challenge that faces a lot of the U.S. government. I think that's a challenge that has resulted in what we see today when it comes to the decline of American power and American influence, the rise of foreign influence, authoritarian powers, and a shrinking U.S. economy, a growing Chinese economy. And it's just, we have questions, hard questions we need to ask ourselves about how we're going to handle the future.
What aspect of that communication between the president and the CIA could be fixed to help fix the problems that you're referring to in terms of the decline of American power?
So when you talk about the president wanting to prioritize what the president cares about, that immediately shows a break between what actually matters to the long-term success of the United States versus what benefits the short-term success of the current president.
Because any president is just a human being and has a very narrow focus. And narrow focus is not a long-term focus.
Exactly. What's the maximum amount of years the president can be president? 8. He has to be, he or she.
In the United States.
In the United States, according to our But they're very limited in terms of what they have to prioritize. And then if you look at a 4-year cycle, 2 years of that is essentially preparing for the next election cycle. So that's only 2 years of really quality attention you get from the president, who's the chief executive of all the intelligence communities. So the most important thing to them is not always the most important thing to the long-term survival of the United States.
What do you make of the hostile relationship that, to me at least, stands out of the presidents between Donald Trump and the CIA? Was that a very kind of personal bickering? I mean, is there something interesting to you about the dynamics between that particular president and that particular instantiation of the intelligence agency?
Man, there were lots of things fascinating to me about that relationship. So first,
what's the good and the bad? Sorry to interrupt.
So let me start with the good first, because there's a lot of people who don't think there was any good. So the good thing is we saw that the president, who's the chief customer, the executive to the CIA, when the president doesn't want to hear what CIA has to say, he's not going to listen. I think that's an important lesson for everyone to take home. If the president doesn't care what you have to say, he's going to take funding away, or she will take funding away. They're going to take attention away. They're going to shut down your operations, your mission. They're going to kill the careers of the people working there. Think about that. For the 4 years that President Trump was the president, basically everybody at CIA, their career was put on pause. Some people's careers were ended. Some people voluntarily left their career there because they found themselves working for a single customer that didn't want what they had to produce.
So for people who don't know, Donald Trump did not display significant deep interest in the output.
He did not trust it, yeah.
He was a disinterested customer.
Exactly right.
Of the information.
And then what do disinterested customers do? They go find someone else to create their product. And that's exactly what Donald Trump did. And he did it through the private intelligence world, funding private intelligence companies to run their own operations that brought him the information he cared about when CIA wouldn't. It also didn't help that CIA stepped outside of their confines, right? CIA is supposed to collect foreign intelligence and not comment on domestic matters. They went way outside of that when they started challenging the president, when they started questioning the results, when they started publicly claiming Russian influence. That's all something the FBI could have handled by itself. The Justice Department could have handled by itself. CIA had no place to contribute to that conversation. And when they did, all they did was undermine the relationship they had with their primary customer.
Let me sort of focus in on this relationship between the president or the leader and the intelligence agency and look outside the United States. It seems like authoritarian regimes or regimes throughout history, if you look at Stalin and Hitler, if you look at today with Vladimir Putin, the negative effects of power corrupting the mind of a leader manifests itself is that they start to get bad information from the intelligence agencies. So this kind of thing that you're talking about, over time, they start hearing information they want to hear. The agency starts producing only the kind of information they want to hear, and the leader's worldview starts becoming distorted to where the propaganda they generate is also the thing that the intelligence agencies provide to them. And so they start getting this, they start believing their own propaganda, and they start getting a distorted view of the world. Sorry for the sort of walking through in a weird way, but I guess I want to ask, do you think, let's look at Vladimir Putin specifically, do you think he's getting accurate information about the world? Do you think he knows the truth of the world, whether that's the war in Ukraine, whether that's the behavior of the other nations in NATO, the United States in general? What do you think?
It's rare that I'll talk about just thinking. I prefer to share my assessment, why I assess things a certain way, rather than just what's my random opinion. In my assessment, Vladimir Putin is winning. Russia is winning. They're winning in Ukraine, but they're also winning the battle of influence against the West. They're winning in the face of economic sanctions. They're winning. Empirically, when you look at the math, they're winning. So when you ask me whether or not Putin is getting good information from his intelligence services, when I look at my overall assessment of multiple data points, he must be getting good information. Do I know how or why? I do not. I don't know how or why it works there. I don't know how such deep cronyism, such deep corruption can possibly yield true, real results. And yet somehow there are real results happening. So it's either excessive waste and an accidental win, or there really is a system and a process there that's functioning.
So this winning idea is very interesting. In what way, short-term and long-term, is Russia winning? Some people say there was a miscalculation of the way the invasion happened. There was an assumption that you would be able to successfully take Kyiv. You'd be able to successfully capture the east, the south, and the north of Ukraine. And with what now appears to be significantly insufficient troops spread way too thin across way too large of a front. So that seems to be like an intelligence failure. And that doesn't seem to be like winning. In another way, it doesn't seem like winning if we put aside the human cost of war. It doesn't seem like winning because the hearts and minds of the West were completely on the side of Ukraine. This particular leader in Volodymyr Zelensky captured the attention of the world and the hearts and minds of Europe, the West, and many other nations throughout the world, both financially, in terms of military equipment, and in terms of sort of social and cultural and emotional support for the independence fight of this nation. That seems to be like a miscalculation. So against that pushback, why do you think there's still kernels of winning in this on the Russian side?
What you're laying out isn't incorrect, and the miscalculations are not unexpected. Anybody who's been to a military college, including the Army War College in Pennsylvania, where so many of our military leaders are brought up, when you look at the conflict in Ukraine, it fits the exact mold of what an effective, long-term military conflict, protracted military conflict, would and should look like for military dominance. Now, did Zelensky and did the Ukrainians shock the world? Absolutely. But in that, they also shocked American intelligence, which, like you said, miscalculated. The whole world miscalculated how the Ukrainians would respond. Putin did not move in there accidentally. He had an assessment. He had high likelihood of a certain outcome, and that outcome did not happen. Why did he have that calculation? Because in 2014, it worked. He invaded, he took Crimea in 14 days. He basically created an infiltration campaign that turned key leaders over in the first few days of the conflict. So essentially, there was no conflict. It worked in 2008 when he took Georgia. Nobody talks about that. He invaded Georgia the exact same way, and it worked. So in 2008 it worked, in 2014 it worked. There was no reason to believe it wasn't going to work again. So he just carried out the same campaign. But this time, something was different. That was a miscalculation, for sure, on the part of Putin. And the reason that there was no support from the West, because let's not forget, there is no support. There is nothing other than the Lend-Lease Act, which is putting Ukraine in massive debt right now to the West. That's the only form of support they're getting from NATO or the United States. So if somebody believed Ukraine would win, if somebody believed Ukraine had a chance, they would have gotten more material support than just debt. And we can jump into that anytime you want to. But the whole world miscalculated. Everybody thought Russia was going to win in 14 days. I said that they would win in 14 days because that was the predominant calculation. Once the first invasion didn't work, then the military does what professional militaries do, man. They reevaluate, they reorganize leaders, and then they take a new approach. You saw 3 approaches. The first 2 did not work. The first 2 campaigns against Ukraine did not work the way they were supposed to work. The third has worked exactly like it's supposed to work. You don't need Kiev to win Ukraine. You don't need hearts and minds to win Ukraine.
What you need,
what you need is control of natural resources, which they're taking in the east, and you need access to the heartbeat, the blood flow of food and money into the country, which they're taking in the south. The fact that Ukraine had to go to the negotiation table with Russia and Turkey in order to get exports out of the Black Sea approved again demonstrates just how much Ukraine is losing. The aggressor had a seat at the negotiation table to allow Ukraine the ability to even export one of its top exports. If Russia would have said no, then they would not have had that. Russia has, that's like someone holding your throat. It's like somebody holding your jugular vein and saying, if you don't do what I tell you to do, then I'm not going to let you breathe. I'm not going to let blood flow to your brain.
So do you think it's possible that Russia takes the south of Ukraine? It takes, so starting from Mariupol, the Kherson region,
all the way to Odessa.
All the way to Odessa.
And into Moldova. I believe all of that will happen before the
fall of this year.
Fall of this year. Before winter hits Europe, NATO wants, Germany needs to be able to have sanctions lifted so they can tap into Russian power. There's no way they can have those sanctions lifted unless Russia wins. And Russia also knows that all of Europe, all of NATO is the true people feeling the pain of the war outside of Ukraine are the NATO countries because they're so heavily reliant on Russia. And as they have supported American sanctions against Russia, their people feel the pain. Economically, their people feel the pain. What are they going to do in the winter? Because without Russian gas, their people are going to freeze to death.
Ukrainian people.
People all over NATO. Ukraine, everybody knows Ukrainians are dying. Everybody knows Ukrainians are dying. The game of war isn't played it isn't even played majoritively by the people who are fighting. The game of war is played by everyone else. It's an economic game. It's not a military game.
The flow of resources and energy,
attention.
And food.
Exactly right.
I was on the front in the Kherson region, this very area that you're referring to, and I spoke to a lot of people, and the morale is incredibly high. And I don't think the people in that region, soldiers, volunteer soldiers, civilians, are going to give up that land without dying.
I agree.
I mean, in order to take Odessa, would require a huge amount of artillery and slaughter of civilians, essentially.
They're not going to use artillery in Odessa because Odessa is too important to Russian culture. It's going to be even uglier than that. It's going to be clearing of streets, clearing of buildings, person by person, troop by troop. It'll be a lot like what it was in Mariupol.
Just shooting at civilians.
Because they can't afford to just do bombing raids, because they're going to destroy cultural, significant architecture that's just too important to the Russian culture. And that's going to demoralize their own Russian people.
I have to do a lot of thinking to try to understand what I even feel. I don't know, but in terms of information, the thing that the soldiers are saying, the Russian soldiers are saying, the thing the Russian soldiers really believe is that they're liberating the Ukrainian people from Nazis. And they believe this. Because I visited Ukraine, I spoke to over 100, probably a couple hundred Ukrainian people from different walks of life. It feels like the Russian soldiers, at least, are under a cloud of propaganda. They're not operating on a clear view of the whole world. And given all that, I just don't see Russia taking the South without committing war crimes. And if Vladimir Putin is aware of what's happening in terms of the treatment of civilians, I don't see him pushing forward all the way to take the South, because that's not going to be effective strategy for him to win the hearts and minds of his people.
Autocracies don't need to win hearts and minds. That's a staunchly democratic point of view. Hearts and minds mean very little to people who understand core, basic needs and true power. You don't see Xi Jinping worrying about hearts and minds in China. You don't see it in North Korea. You don't see it in Congo. You don't see it in most of the world. Hearts and minds are a luxury. In reality, what people need is food, water, power. They need income to be able to secure a lifestyle. It is absolutely sad. I am not in any way, shape, or form saying that my assessment on this is enriching or enlightening or hopeful. It's just fact. It's just calculatable empirical evidence. If Putin loses in Ukraine, the losses, the influential losses, the economic losses, the lives lost, the power lost is too great. So it is better for him to push and push and push through war crimes, through everything else. War crimes are something defined by the international court system. The international court system has Russia as part of its board. And the international court system is largely powerless outside when it comes to enforcing its own outcomes. So the real risk-gain scenario here for Russia is significantly in favor of gain over risk. The other thing that I think is important to talk about is everybody is trapped in the middle of a gigantic information war. Yes, there's battlefield bullets and cannons and tanks, but there's also a massive informational war. The same narrative that you see these ground troops in Ukraine, these Russian ground troops in Ukraine, believing they're clearing the land of Nazis, that information is being fed to them from their own home country. I don't know why people seem to think that the information that they're reading in English is any more or less true. Every piece of news coming out of the West, every piece of information coming out in the English language is also a giant narrative being shared intentionally to try to undermine the morale and the faithfulness of English-speaking Russians, which somebody somewhere knows exactly how many of those there are. So we have to recognize that we're not getting true information from other sides, because there is a strategic value in making sure that there is just the right amount of mis or disinformation out there. Not because someone's trying to lie to Americans, but because someone is trying to influence the way English-speaking Russians think. And in that world, that's exactly why you see so many news articles cited to anonymous sources, government officials who do not want to be named. There's nothing that links back responsibility there, right? There's nothing that can go to court there. But the information still gets released, and that's enough to make Ukrainians believe that the United States is going to help them, or that the West is going to help them. It's enough to make Russians think that they're going to lose, and maybe they should just give up now and leave from the battlefield now. We have to understand we are in the middle of a giant information war.
Maybe you can correct me, but it feels like in the English-speaking world, it's harder to control. It's harder to fight the information war because of, some people say there's not really a freedom of speech in this country, but I think if you compare, there's a lot more freedom of speech. And it's just harder to control narratives when there's a bunch of guerrilla journalists that are able to just publish anything they want on Twitter or anything. It's just harder to control narratives.
So people don't understand what freedom of speech is. That's the first major problem. And it's shameful how many people in the United States do not understand what freedom of speech actually protects. So that aside, you're absolutely right. Fighting the information war in the West is extremely difficult because anyone with a blog, anyone with a Twitter account, anyone can call themselves a journalist, essentially. We live in a country where people read the headline and they completely bypass the author line and they go straight into the content. And then they decide whether the content's real or not based on how they feel instead of based on empirical, measurable evidence.
So you mentioned the Lend-Lease Act and the support of the United States, support of Ukraine by the United States. Are you skeptical to the level of support that the United States is providing and is going to provide over time?
The strategy that the United States has taken to support Ukraine is similar to the strategy we took to support Great Britain during World War II. The enactment of the Lend-Lease Act is a perfect example of that. The Lend-Lease Act means that we are lending or leasing equipment to the Ukrainian government in exchange for future payment. So every time a rocket is launched, every time a drone crashes into a tank, that's a bill that Ukraine is just racking up. It's like when you go to a restaurant, you start drinking shots. Sometime the bill will come due. This is exactly what we did when Europe and when Great Britain was in the face of Nazi invasion. We signed the same thing into motion. Do you know that the UK did not pay off the debt from World War II until 2020? They've been paying that debt since the end of World War II. So what we're doing is we're indebting Ukraine against the promise that perhaps they will secure their freedom, which nobody seems to want to talk about what freedom is actually going to look like for Ukrainians, right? What are the true handful of outcomes, the realistic outcomes that could come of this, and which of those outcomes really looks like freedom to them, especially in the face of the fact that they're going to be trillions of dollars in debt to the West for supplying them with the training and the weapons, food and med kits and everything else that we're giving them, because none of it's free. It's all coming due. We're a democracy, but we're also a capitalist country. We can't afford to just give things away for free, but we can give things away at a discount. We can give things away layaway, but the bill will come due. And unfortunately, that is not part of the conversation that's being had.
So debt is a way to establish some level of control.
Power.
It's power. That said, having a very close relationship between Ukraine and the United States does not seem to be a negative possibility when the Ukrainians think about their future in terms of freedom. That's one thing. And the other, there's some aspect of this war that I've just noticed that one of the people I talked to said that all great nations have a independence war, have to have a war for their independence. There's something, it's dark, but there's something about war just being a catalyst for finding your own identity as a nation. So you can have leaders, you can have sort of signed documents, you can have all this kind of stuff, but there's something about war that really brings the country together and actually try to figure out what is at the core of the spirit of the people that defines this country. And they see this war as that, as the independence war to define the heart of what the country is. So there's been, before the war, before this invasion, there was a lot of factions in the country. There was a lot of influence from oligarchs and corruption and so on. A lot of that was, the factions were brought together under one umbrella, effectively to become one nation because of this invasion. So they see that as a positive direction for the defining of what a free democratic country looks like after the war, in their perspective, after the war is won.
It's a difficult situation because I'm trying to make sure that you and everybody listening understands that what's happening in Ukraine among Ukrainians is noble and brave and courageous and beyond the expectations of anyone. The fact is, there is no material support coming from the outside. The American Revolution was won because of French involvement. French ships, French troops, French generals, French military might. The independence of communist China was won through Russian support, Russian generals, Russian troops on the ground fighting with the communists. That's how revolutions are won. That's how independent countries are born. Ukraine doesn't get any of that. No one is stepping into that because We live in a world right now where there simply is no economic benefit to the parties in power to support Ukraine to that level. And war is a game of economics. The economic benefit of Ukraine is crystal clear in favor of Russia, which is why Putin cannot lose. He will not let himself lose. Short of something completely unexpected, right? I'm talking 60%, 70% probability Ukraine loses. But there's still 20%, 30% probability of the unimaginable happening. Who knows what that might be? An oligarch assassinates Putin, or a nuclear bomb goes off somewhere, or who knows what, right? There's still a chance that something unexpected will happen and change the tide of the war. But when it comes down to the core calculus here, Ukraine is the agricultural bed to support a future Russia. Russia knows, they know they have to have Ukraine. They know that they have to have it to protect themselves against military pressure from the West. They have to have it for agricultural reasons. They have major oil and natural gas pipelines that flow through eastern Ukraine. They cannot let Ukraine fall outside of their sphere of influence. They cannot. The United States doesn't really have any economic vested interest in Ukraine. Ideological points of view and promises aside, there's no economic benefit. And the same thing goes for NATO. NATO has no economic investment in Ukraine. Ukrainian output, Ukrainian food goes to the Middle East and Africa. It doesn't go to Europe. So the West siding with Ukraine is exclusively ideological, and it's putting them in a place where they fight a war with Russia so the whole world can see Russia's capabilities. Ukraine is as sad as it is to say, man, Ukraine is a pawn on a table for superpowers to calculate each other's capacity. Right now, we've only talked about Russia and the United States. We haven't even talked about Iran. We haven't even talked about China, right? It is a pawn on a table. This is a chicken fight so that people get to watch and see what the other trainers are doing.
Well, a lot of people might have said the same thing about the United States back in the independence fight. So there is possibilities, as you said. We're not saying 0% chance, and it could be a reasonably high percent chance that this becomes one of the great democratic nations that the 21st century is remembered by.
Absolutely.
And so you said American support. So ideologically, first of all, you don't assign much long-term power to that U.S. could support Ukraine purely on ideological grounds.
Just look in the last 4 years, the last 3 years. Do you remember what happened in Hong Kong right before COVID? China swooped into Hong Kong violently, beating protesters, killing them in the street, imprisoning people without just cause. And Hong Kong was a democracy. And the whole world stood by and let it happen. And then what happened in Afghanistan just a year ago? And the whole world stood by and let the Taliban take power again after 20 years of loss. We are showing a repeatable point of view. We will talk, American politicians, American administrations, we will say a lot of things. We will promise a lot of ideological, pro-democracy, rah-rah statements. We will say it. But when it comes down to putting our own people, our own economy, our own GDP at risk, we step away from that fight.
America is currently supplying military equipment to Ukraine.
Absolutely.
And a lot of that military equipment has actually been the thing that turned the tides of war a couple of times already. Currently, that's the HIMARS systems. So you mentioned sort of Putin can't afford to lose, but winning can look in different ways. So you've kind of defined, so on. At this moment, the prediction is that winning looks like capturing not just the east, but the south of Ukraine. But you can have narratives of winning that return back to the, what was at the beginning of this year, before the invasion, correct? That Crimea is still with Russia. There's some kind of negotiated thing about Donbass where it still stays with Ukraine, but there's some
puppet government.
Yeah.
Just like that's what they have in Georgia right now.
And that could still be defined through mechanisms.
As Russia wins.
as Russia winning for Russia, and then for Ukraine as Ukraine winning, and for the West as democracy winning, and you kind of negotiate. I mean, that seems to be how geopolitics works. Everybody can walk away with a win-win story, and then the world progresses with lessons learned.
That's that's the most probable outcome. The most probable outcome is that Ukraine remains, in air quotes, a sovereign nation. It's not going to be truly sovereign because it will have to have new government put in place. Zelensky it's extremely unlikely he will be president because he has gone too far to demonstrate his power over the people and his ability to separate the Ukrainian people from the autocratic power of Russia. So he would have to be unseated. Whether he goes into exile or whether he is peacefully left alone is all going to be part of the negotiations. But the thing to keep in mind also is that a negotiated peace really just means a negotiated ceasefire. We've seen this happen all over the world. North Korea and South Korea are technically still just a negotiated ceasefire. What you end up having is Russia will allow Ukraine to call itself Ukraine, to operate independently, to have their own debt to the United States. Russia doesn't want to take on that debt. And then in exchange for that, they will have firmer guidelines as to how NATO can engage with Ukraine. And then that becomes an example for all the other former Soviet satellite states, which are all required economically by Russia, not required economically by the West. And then you end up seeing how you can see how the whole thing plays out once you realize that the keystone is Ukraine.
There's something about Ukraine, the deep support by the Ukrainian people of America, that is in contrast with, for example, Afghanistan. That it seems like ideologically, Ukraine could be a beacon of freedom used in narratives by the United States to fight geopolitical wars in that part of the world. That they would be a good partner for this idea of democracy, of freedom, of all the values that America stands for. They're a good partner. And so it's valuable if you sort of have a cynical, pragmatic view, sort of like Henry Kissinger type of view. It's valuable to have them as a partner, so valuable that it makes sense to support them in achieving a negotiated ceasefire that's on the side of Ukraine. But because of this particular leader, this particular culture, this particular dynamics of how the war unrolled, and things like Twitter and the way digital communication currently works, it just seems like this is a powerful symbol of freedom that's useful for the United States to sort of take the pragmatic view. Don't you think it's possible that the United States supports Ukraine financially, militarily enough for it to get an advantage in this war?
I think they've already got an advantage in the war. The fact that the war is still going on demonstrates the asymmetrical advantage. The fact that Russia has stepped up to the negotiating table with them several times without just turning to you remember what happened in Chechnya? Without turning to Chechnya level, just mass, blind destruction, which was another Putin war. To see that those things have happened demonstrates the asymmetric advantage that the West is given. I think the true way to look at the benefit of Ukraine as a shining example of freedom in Europe for the West isn't to understand whether or not they could. They absolutely could. It's the question of how valuable is that in Europe? How valuable is Ukraine? Which before February, nobody even thought about Ukraine, and the people who did know about Ukraine knew that it was an extremely corrupt former Soviet state with 20% of its national population self-identifying as Russian. There's a reason Putin went into Ukraine. There's a reason he's been promising he would go into Ukraine for the better part of a decade. Because the circumstances were aligned. It was a corrupt country that self-identified as Russian in many ways. It was supposed to be an easier of multiple marks in terms of the former Soviet satellite states to go after. That's all part of the miscalculation that the rest of the world saw too, when we thought it would fall quickly. So to think that it could be a shining example of freedom is accurate, but Is it as shining a star as Germany? Is it as shining a star as the UK? Is it as shining a star as Romania? Is it as shining a star as France? Like, it's got a lot of democratic, freedom-based countries in Europe to compete against to be the shining stellar example. And in exchange, on counterpoint to that, it has an extreme amount of strategic value to Russia, which has no interest in making it a shining star of the example of democracy and freedom.
Outside of resource, in terms of the shininess of the star, I would argue yes. If you look at how much it captivated the attention of the world.
The attention of the world has made no material difference, man. That's what I'm saying.
That's your estimation, but are you sure we can't, if you can convert that into political influence, into money, don't you think attention is money?
Attention is money in democracies and capitalist countries. Yes.
Which serves as a counterweight to sort of authoritarian regimes. So for Putin, resources matter. For the United States, also resources matter, but the attention and the belief of the people also matter, because that's how you attain and maintain political power.
So going to that exact example, then I would highlight that our current administration has the lowest approval ratings of any president in history. So if people were very fond of the war going on in Ukraine, wouldn't that counterbalance some of our upset, some of the dissent coming from the economy and some of the dissent coming from the Great Recession or the Great Resignation and whatever's happening with the down stock market? You would think that people would feel like they're sacrificing for something if they really believed that Ukraine mattered, that they would stand next to the president who is so staunchly driving and leading the West against this conflict.
Well, I think the opposition to this particular president, I personally believe, has less to do with the policies and more to do with a lot of the other human factors. But
again, empirically, I look at things through a very empirical lens, a very cold, fact-based lens. And there are multiple data points that suggest that the American people ideologically sympathize with Ukraine, but they really just want their gas prices to go down. They really just want to be able to pay less money at the grocery store for their food. And they most definitely don't want their sons and daughters to die in exchange for Ukrainian freedom.
It does hurt me to see the politicization of this war as well. I think that's maybe has to do with the kind of calculation you're referring to, but it seems like it doesn't. It seems like there's a cynical, whatever takes attention of the media for the moment, the red team chooses one side and the blue team chooses another. And then I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Democrats went into full support of Ukraine on the ideological side, and then I guess Republicans are saying, why are we wasting money? The prices are the gas prices are going up. That's a very crude kind of analysis, but they basically picked whatever argument on whatever side, and now more and more and more, this particular war in Ukraine is becoming a kind of pawn in the game of politics that's first the midterm elections, then building up towards the presidential elections, and stops being about the philosophical, the social, the geopolitical aspects, parameters of this war, and more about just like whatever the heck captivates Twitter, and we're going to use that for politics.
You're right in the sense of the fact that I wouldn't say that the red team and the blue team picked opposite sides on this. What I would say is that media discovered that talking about Ukraine wasn't as profitable as talking about something else. The American people who read media or who watch media, they simply became bored reading about news that didn't seem to be changing much. And we turned back into wanting to read about our own economy, and we wanted to hear more about cryptocurrency, and we wanted to hear more about the Kardashians, and that's what we care about. So that's what media writes about. That's how a capitalist market-driven world works, and that's how the United States works. That's why in both red papers and blue papers, red sources and blue sources, you don't see Ukraine being mentioned very much. If anything, I would say that your Republicans are probably more in support of what's happening in Ukraine right now because we're creating new weapon systems. Our military is getting stronger. We're sending these we get to test military systems in combat in Ukraine. That's priceless in the world of the military industrial complex. being able to field test, combat test a weapon without having to sacrifice your own people is incredible.
Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. executed. Godlike. Legendary. An ally has been slain.
Went big with the Red Sox Foundation 50-50 raffle presented by DraftKings. Fans over 18 18 years old in Massachusetts. You can support the foundation and buy raffle tickets at redsox.com/50/50 now through the 6th inning. Tonight's game for the chance to win half of the net jackpot. The official rules for full details.
Raffy Devers to lead things off in the bottom of the 4th inning. Sox at 3-2 on the Yankees. Trying to add to his home run total against New York. He's hit 6 against them this year. 19 in his career. The only player to hit more homers against the Yankees before turning 26 is Ted Williams, who hit 20. Raffy will be 26 in October.
Cole keeps attacking away. Going away with fastballs.
And then a yacker.
Unbelievable.
Shut down.
0-2.
Boy, you got to be ready for that 98. He can make anybody look bad.
Shut down.
Martinez on deck. Sox belted 2 home runs against the Yankee ace.
That was a hard number.
Short. 1-2 coming. Struck him out. 99. To Van Raffy on one way.
This guy could punch him out with the best of them. This guy takes it 6 times and you can make it look bad. And this little hair at the end here, forget about it.
Yeah, they're just, if he's throwing a fastball, right, he's going away. He's trying to get the chase on that edge.
He'll show him a couple curveballs and then put him away.
Yeah. The first at bat, it was all fastballs, and they threw in the knuckle curves here.
Right.
Half a dozen strikeouts for Cole.
Okay, where you put that knuckle curve. That's anywhere around the vicinity of the strike, and that is a hard pitch to hit.
Bounce that one a little bit. So he struck out JD one time tonight. 273. 11 home runs for JD. Only 52 runs at the end. And what has been a very tough year for the DH. He'll be a free agent at the end of the campaign.
I'll tell you what, mark my word, this guy Cole, he'll end up punching out 3,000 guys. And he'll probably end up going the whole thing. There's ways to go, I know. He's got 1,900 already. Wow. What is he, 32-ish, I'm guessing?
Think he stay healthy enough?
That's the thing.
Way to go. 98. Seems like you're
32 years old, you know, I mean, you're talking about, he's punching out 250 years, stay pitching.
Pop foul on the play. So I wonder, is the shift situation next year, the inability to have the shift as we know it, how dramatically will it affect things like launching?
Will it change?
Will it change anything? I don't think so. In essence, will hits per game go up dramatically? Is this a great foul? You don't think so?
I do not think hits will go up dramatically. I think certain hitters will benefit from it. Yes, certain hitters
anything to do with striking out?
The whole focus is OPS. You know, get paid for OPS. Get paid for OPS. You'll see guys that are trying to get to second base, trying to get to third base.
Fly ball right center. Judge moving over for the second out.
Yeah, I haven't looked at who's hitting over 300 now, because I look now only because Bogey's leading the league in hitting. There's probably only half a dozen guys. Here we go.
Bigger bases. Up to 18 inches.
Giant base. 4.5. I'll tell you right now, if there was 4.5 inches less than a base path, I would have 2 more stolen bases a year.
How about this at the very bottom? 4 outfielder alignments no longer allowed.
Oh, Toronto's in trouble. But I just don't think. I think that you're still going to have a guy that's going to be able to play almost on the other side of the base, so he'll be up the middle still. The good thing I think about it is you're going to see a lot more athleticism again, where second basemen are going to be making diving plays and shortstops are going to make diving plays. Right now, you're seeing 3 guys on one side. They just feel nicely as you go down.
it's going to even out. I don't think it's going to be that big of an adjustment, but it could be totally wrong on this.
2 down, bases empty. Sox up.
Will you see guys hit over 300 more? Will the averages go up? The best example I like to talk about is Bogey.
How many times does he hit it through that right side when they overshift him?
Worm killer here to Donaldson. 1, 2, 3. Go the Red Sox here in the 4th inning.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Now the Angels, Mike Trout, as we mentioned, is homered in 7 in a row. If he hits another one tonight, he will tie the American and National League record of 8 in a row, held by Dale Long in 1956, Don Mattingly in 1987, and Ken Griffey Jr. in 1993.
Oh, come on.
Right now, the Guardians lead his Angels 3-1 in the 6th inning. Red Sox on top here 3-2 as we go to the 5th. Andujar is 0-for-1. He is flied into a double play.
I hate Jin. Jin's so cheap. Such a cheap champion.
Tampa Bay has a 1-0 lead on Toronto in the 4th inning. Seattle playing later tonight against San Diego. Discussing the teams that are in the wild card hunt. There will be 3 wild card qualifiers this year. And the team that finishes #1 in the wild card race gets to host all 3 games if necessary. It's best of 3. A little dribbler here. Raffy to scoop. Fire. Close. And he got it. 1 down in the 5th.
He got down the line. I didn't think it was being that close. A nice play again by Devers.
Jesus. No, did a good job getting around it right here. See how he got around it to get his momentum going towards first base. Textbook.
He's a much better defensive player, really, all year long.
The one thing he's also done better, he was barehanding that ball a lot more in the first half and missing it. Using the glove a little bit more on that play. You know, the do or die one, every once in a while you're going to use that bare hand, but I thought like he was using it a little too much and not making a play.
Connor Follett for 1-for-1 with a run scored as a single tonight.
Yeah, that do or die bare hand scares me. Just watching it.
And some guys are really good at it.
say, if you have a chance to use that glove, be quick. You got to practice it though. You got to come in, work on using your glove, take it out as quick as possible. A lot of fun though now. You got to go a lot deeper.
Well, Reds will hoover that up and get him. 2 up and 2 down. See, Nick Pivetta really starts to get rocking and rolling. You know, for that period where he was playing so well, darn near unbeatable. So many quick hits.
He did. He fixes everything. And that curveball he uses a lot. He's basically a fastball. You got to have, he's got to spot his fastball like anybody, but he uses his curveball more than his slider. There it is.
On the infield again. Rafi cuts off and bobbles it. And Trevino will be safe at first. So the Yankees have a 2-out base runner.
Give this. He got there in time, just didn't make the play. He would have thrown him out if he obviously gloves it. And he knows it.
Will be ruled a base hit.
Yeah. Could have won either way. I figured that.
But a foul ball. The stands have filled in. A late arriving crowd here at Fenway, which is of course unusual for Red Sox Yankees in September. But they got here eventually.
That filled them nicely.
As he steps off the rubber.
Is there a rule how many times a hitter for next year can call time in the box?
Had not seen that, if that's changed. I don't think so. I don't think they put a rule on how many times. There's no such rule now. 2-1. But I'll tell you what is going to be difficult, I think, in the early days of the season. Home plate umpire, keeping track of all the changes in the rules.
A lot going on to pay attention to.
Sure is.
Luckily, they'll have a normal spring training to get those things out. This year would have been really hard.
Curveball and 2-2.
Gonzalez shaking his swing.
You ever have any issues with the hammock bone?
I did not. I held the bat above it. Some guys hold it. The guys that hold it where they have their pinky over top of it. Once in a while, they take a swing and you have all these bones in there. You get this like little crack feeling. Like, whoa. It almost like feels like kind of numb. And it like just dissipates after a while. I had that a few times. Like hopefully that's what he had there. It's a weird feeling. Then you're fine.
2-2. Down and in. So double checking that for next year. They are going to allow one batter timeout per plate appearance. Nothing more than that.
I thought I saw something about that, but I wasn't sure. Now does the pitcher get it? I mean, this is wild. We're in trouble next year up here in the booth.
It'll be fun.
Good luck. Do a lot of studying.
Eck. Yeah, good luck.
Hey, so
Boy,
smart of you, bud.
Exit him out of there. 3-2. Runner taken off. And strike 3 on the yak sinker and a strikeout. Marwin Gonzalez. He's saying no, but down he goes. End of the inning. Well, we join with the Red Sox in expressing our condolences to the family of Anthony Barbaro, former Red Sox pitcher and New York Port Authority police officer who was killed Sunday in a tragic traffic accident. Barbaro pitched 6 years in the majors with the Mariners, the Braves, and the Red Sox. He was only 37 years old. Casas with a strike here is run away in the bottom half of the fifth inning. 3-2 Red Sox lead the Yankees. He has crushed a home run to the opposite field up and over the monster seats. Up into that DraftKings sign in the second inning off Garrett Cole. And it'll be followed by Kike Hernandez, and then Reese McGuire's also hit a home run. For Casas, his first career Fenway home run, and for McGuire, his first home run with the Red Sox, period.
Boy, we've seen some knuckle curves tonight, both from Pivetta and Cole.
Two one.
Cole just stays away from that fastball sometimes. Just, you know, he throws so hard you think he can just throw fastballs, but he mixes it up. You can't just throw 98 all night long.
And missed with that. Changeup.
How about that? Shortman.
Powerful Connection is presented by Xfinity.
Yeah, back in the second inning. Casas' first home run at Fenway Park, and no better person to do it off than Garrett Cole, and no better spot to hit it than off the DraftKings side. Wow.
Experience a powerful and secure Wi-Fi connection for all your devices. Xfinity XFi. Can your internet do that? TK whiffed in the second. He's 0 for 1. Kike decent numbers in his career against Cole. Now 5 for 13 with a home run. Took a shot, didn't he? And it's 0-2. He got a slider.
He is in full swing mode right now against Garrett Cole. Last at bat, same thing. He's not trying to get cheated.
one career home run against the Yankees. And down he goes on another breaking ball. He fans for the second time.
Boy, you just knew when somebody was in swing mode, you just throw everything down and away. Little bite and breaking ball way off the plate, not even close. 3 swings and misses.
Yeah, this happens against guys that throw hard, high velo. A lot of times you get out there, you're like, I got to be overly aggressive. Like, I got to get, I got to go get out there and hit that fastball. When you get antsy against a guy like that, he's going to throw you some sliders.
Runner goes way down, but not a good throw, and a dive in by Casas. He's got a stolen base.
Hit the catcher's mitt.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying now. That. Oh, wait a minute. Now the home plate umpire Wegner is going to call him back. Reese McGuire. And did we have catcher's interference here?
Oh man, taking away his stolen base.
They're bringing him back. Take a look at that side swing. Ruling no contact there with the mitt.
McGuire trying to sell it. So who's lying?
Maybe AC was like, hey, listen, we got to get the kid his first stolen base. We're going to let this one go. He just hit a bomb, so get back in the box.
Come on. Hey, did we just miss a headlong dive by Casas?
He did go in.
That boy went in a headlong dive. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
Surprise stolen base.
Looks like they have a couple. Rafael Devers hit one tonight. 2-strike pitch. He put him away. Yeah, with a slider. That is 8 Ks already for Cole. Take a look at that slide.
Careful now. This big boy going into the slide. They got something on Cole. That leg kick, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. He is taking a long time to get that going. But corner guys, gotta love it. The first and third baseman in one game gets stolen bases.
Tommy Pham trying to pick up an RBI here. He has struck out 2 times tonight.
Oh, right there. 99.
Tommy, good numbers coming in against Cole. 9 for 21. A 429 lifetime average before tonight.
Guessing he just bought himself a few sliders.
And in a second.
Oh, he's going right out. He shook there too, didn't he?
Did he shake?
Yeah. Shake there, he's ready.
Big righty with the 0-2.
That's a good take right there. Yeah, the hard part now with PitchCom is they shake off and it's very subtle. You know, they're off the mound, off the rubber sometimes, but really good take on that. Look at that. 2 strikes. That is a hard pitch to lay off.
2-2. Still hitting 99 on the radar gun.
This guy consistently throws as hard as anybody all night long.
Verdugo would hit next if given the opportunity. Casas at second.
That's the weird shake. A couple of weird.
It's a weird shake.
Trying to throw some cheese in on him.
So funny too. You can see the mannerisms too. Like they're hearing it, and they like turn their head. And no, it's just different.
They're looking down.
They're looking down. They're looking away. They're not looking in.
Good and bad here by Tommy. 3-2.
You gonna stick with that slider, or are you gonna hump him here?
He's got to go beat it, right?
Leading at second. And struck him out for the 3rd time. Again, 99. Big number one.
Back here at Fenway Park, top of the 6th, as the Red Sox and Yankees continued the first of 2 games in this little series between the rivals. Tom Cameron with you outside of Wasabi Fenway Studios. WB Mason Extra Innings Live coming up after the game with Will Middlebrooks and Jim Rice. We will hear from Chaim Bloom. The baseball officer joined us to talk about the priorities in the offseason and said as they meet with owners and as a group, Xander Bogaerts will be top of mind as they go into the offseason. No surprise there. He also talked about how they absolutely love the approach.
Drive here by Judge, and that ball gets out of here. Home run number 56. And that ties the ball game up as he goes opposite field into the bullpen.
Well, you don't see that happen very often from right-handed hitters really all year at Fenway Park, but he's a different right-handed hitter, and that's number 56, and that's impressive. He got a curveball. I guess you see enough curveballs and you get one. We'll see if it was a roller or not. It happened so quickly.
Yeah, that was a hanger right there. Just left it up.
4th most home runs by a Yankee in a single season. One of 3 Yankees to hit as many home runs in a single season. Roger Maris. Babe Ruth did it 2 times. That's going to float into right field for a base hit by Stanton. So after the home run, a single to right, back to the home run cut.
You said it, you go hanger. Ooh. Oh yeah, barrel. And this isn't anybody hitting the ball to right center field. It's Aaron Judge, and it doesn't stay in the ballpark. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's a reactionary thing too for a hitter when you're timing up fastball and then you just see this thing up and you just sit back and drive it. Yeah, it's supposed to be, you know, the saying is a bloop and a blast. They went the other way around. A blast and then a bloop.
September 13th, and he has 122 runs batted out. Leading off.
Hitting over 300 in this day and age. That is throwing a bunch of knuckle curves. I bet he's thrown 25 at least. A third of them, I bet.
20 home runs since 17 against the Red Sox, most in the majors, keeping in mind that's 19 games a year. Swung on and foul, tip to the mid.
Yeah, it's not that bad though, right? 4 years.
Red Sox have done a really good job over the years.
Think about it. Here, Fenway.
He's only hit 7 home runs at Fenway in his career. He was batting .174 against the Red Sox for the season for tonight. He does have 2 hits this evening. We're shaking his hand. Judge just having an incredible season now. Depends on which side of the fence you fall on. A guy who can pitch, throw 100 miles an hour, and hit home runs. Should he be the MVP, even if his team has been out of the hunt for months? Or does it go to Aaron Judge, who has been a consistent force, driving a first-place team all season?
That's the thing. The first-place team, you can't touch what Ohtani does. It's out of this world what he does.
Light rain beginning to fall here at Fenway. Bounce it up there, no stop there by McGuire.
I don't think that's a hard argument in that sense.
So it sounds like you are very open to an MVP for Shohei Ohtani. This one is rolled foul.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aaron Judge. I mean, if you take Shohei Ohtani, if he's not pitching, he's easily like no question. But when you go here and then you see the 34 and 88, but then a 2.55 with 188.
That's sick. It's ridiculous. I mean, I sound stupid because it's a no-brainer. He should be most valuable is the team.
They're 30 games out of first place. Right. Not his fault. No. But they are 30 games out of first place.
All right, now take Shohei Ohtani off that team. Where they at?
Probably 40. It might be underneath the Oakland A's. But the Yankees are in first place. Right. The Yankees are going. That's I feel like it's that hard.
Well, he's going to be MVP every year.
That's why I think you should really have 2 different awards. You should have most outstanding player. There you go. And most valuable player.
That's it.
Yeah, good one. There should be an equal weight, equal value in that sense. Valuable guy for me, certainly. Judge, little bounder, out at second. It's safe. Torres beat the wrap, so no double play. They do get stand in the middle.
Torres got down the line that time. Last time up, I didn't think he ran that hard. This time he did to stay out of the double play. Just barely out of the double play.
Good hustle right there. Here's the question. Do you believe a pitcher, if there is a Cy Young Award winner, like you can win the Cy Young, I get it. Believe me, should they be allowed to win the MVP?
I don't think so personally, even though I did. I got it. Yeah. I don't think so. I think the award is for the pitcher, Cy Young.
Yeah, I always thought that one was weird. Like Cy Young is the MVP of pitching.
I agree.
And the MVP is more for hitting. Maybe they should change it.
Then you have these outliner years, like Verlander had, Kershaw
Ellsbury,
had.
yeah, Ellsbury didn't get the MVP that year because Verlander
because of
got
Verlander. You're right. But what a year Verlander had. 24-4 with, I mean, my God.
I don't think as a rule pitcher should be allowed to win the MVP. I think X should have won it though.
Why? Because I'm sitting next to you? What?
Yeah, absolutely. You kidding me?
I'm not giving it back.
I don't care. I don't care if X sitting next to me. I don't think any pitcher deserves it.
I get it.
In my opinion, there is a Cy Young.
Eck had an incredible year.
I had a better year than before. Some other year that I
didn't win.
Didn't get any. Didn't even get any more iron. I was locked in.
Under at first, that's up high. They'll throw on the water. Rain not terribly hard, but could be a bit of a nuisance here. No move toward that tarp. And right now we don't have anything on the radar, so this is not supposed to be raining at all. That could maybe be a figment of our imagination.
Ghost rain.
Judge, number 91 from Pivetta outside. Tied up 3-3. A home run by Aaron Judge. Marwin Gonzalez has also belted one. Red Sox home run by Casas and McGuire.
Pivetta teetering right here. If you think about it, here in the 6th inning. Got to come back here.
Frazier is up in the bullpen, and that's a strike. Sox and Yankees fans going back and forth in the stands with the chance.
Pivetta throwing that baseball out.
Yeah, it's so good to get the chance going. Before the game, I was getting a little nervous. It's very quiet here.
Yes, unusually so.
Need that energy in this series.
We're walking with a fastball away, so Donaldson is on.
Hook is out.
Yeah, here comes Cora. 93 pitches. And the manager marching for the hill. And the call to Frazier. Pivetta stepping aside. Gave up the home run in the inning to Aaron Judge, number 56, and this game is tied. We'll take the break and return to Fenway. More in just a moment. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. We're always here to get you there. And by Granite City Electric Supply. Check out GCENightTrain.com for overnight delivery throughout New England. Always looks worse on TV. Brought to you by Ace Ticket. Ace Ticket with the best seats at the lowest prices. So 93 pitches for Nick, 5 1/3. Let's leave behind one of the base runners here for Ryan Brazier.
Not too bad an outing, really, considering a couple home runs, a couple bad pitches.
Brazier coming on with an ERA up over 6. He did toss a perfect 7th inning on Saturday at Baltimore. And leading the Red Sox in appearances, number 59 tonight. Exist anyway.
We're the Matrix.
That's right.
Wow.
Well, Cabrera, the youngster just up from the minor leagues, has walked and whipped. 1 out, 2 on. And fouled away for strike 1. It's just a 2-game series. Bayo going tomorrow night against Nestor Cortez with 9-4 with a .273 earned run average. Thursday day off, and then the Kansas City Royals are in town. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're dwindling down these games. This is game number 142. Almost over. Back to the hill. Brazier looks down to second, flips down there. Nice play by Bogey. Make sure they get that out. They're going to be safe on the corners with 2 away.
Boy, he didn't hesitate a lick, did he? Right back to him, throws to Bogey at short. And that was something. He knew exactly what he wanted to do with this. Look at this thing. Boom.
Yeah, Reese McGuire was yelling 2-2-2 right away.
Good play by Bogey, too.
Yeah. Not easy. He's just had such a good defensive season.
Yes, he has. And that was one thing that was the knock on him last year, right? You need to get better at shortstop. He answered the call.
And Newhart, 250 hitter with 1 home run. It's a high fly. Backing up is Pham. He will make the catch. Just inches from the monster to retire the side. It's 3-3.
Slain an enemy.
Thought that was going. That's not what he said.
Pump that in my veins. JB Sash and Door, the home of the window boys, is proud to be your local Marvin retailer. We choose Marvin Windows and Doors because of their outstanding performance, durability, and beauty. Call JB Sash today to discuss your next project. We'll be back to Fenway Park 3-3 now on the bottom of the 6th. And guys, you might have noticed during the last half inning when the Red Sox were potentially going to challenge that catcher's interference, Andy Fox was on the horn. He usually just handles duties as the infield coordinator. And Will Venable is now the first base coach. That's because Ramon Vasquez went home sick. He's under the weather right now. His COVID test returned negative. The Red Sox are having to get a little creative with their coaching opportunities here tonight. And by the way, Dave, I can tell you as somebody who's out in the elements, this is not a figment of your imagination. The rain was, in fact, a real thing.
It was a real thing, and it disappeared pretty darn quickly. But whenever we need to know how bad the weather is, Jemai will always tell us, as this one is lined by Verdugo, but it hangs up, and Duhar with a catch. And one gone in the bottom of the 6th inning. We're tied up 3-3.
That's 3 in a row for Verdugo. F7, F7, F7.
Yes.
You didn't give that a line 7, right?
Yeah, I gave it an LF.
LF
7.
Okay.
Line fly.
I have this hang up about, soft line drives or line drives.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Got to go back to your pitching.
Exactly.
He didn't hit it hard. This one's hit. Down the line. Chop with a swan. And that ball is gone. A home run. Xander Bogaerts with his 14th. Taking aim at the pesky pole, and he drops it in. And the Red Sox are back in front, 4-3.
Yeah, he was too cool for school. He knew it was gone. He did. It was like a monster shot. He knew he got it. He just knew he got it. He sliced it, came out of the box, kind of pointed to the dugout right away. Check this out. Love it.
332 feet.
Look at this fastball up middle. He barreled it and sliced it, but he knew he got it. He knew he got it.
Oh, look at the eyes.
He knew he got it. Look at him.
And eating a sunflower
Look, he
seed.
points to the dugout. I'm telling you, he pointed to the dugout. He knew he got it.
Guy's remarkable. He's running down the line eating sunflower seeds. How do you do that? He's eating and spitting seeds.
Because he's too
and
cool
hitting
for
homers.
school. I'm telling you.
Oh man,
This is
330.
This is only a home run.
There it is. See, look at this.
Watch him point. See, look at that. Watch. I told you he pointed.
I'm so cool.
Don't worry about nothing.
I can run and eat seeds. Unbelievable.
I think you were shocked that was gone. His eyes got gigantic.
No, as a hitter, you know.
He knew
when you hit it down that line, you're
But
like,
you don't know if it's going to be fair. But that's why guys are.
the direction when you hit that, you go, oh my God,
I think
go,
I got
go,
it. I got it.
go.
Yeah, I think you can think you got it. Take a look at Cole's reaction.
Oh, been there.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been there.
Oh, that's priceless.
Again, only 7 ballparks is that a home run.
7. Yankee Stadium's 1.
Probably.
What?
It is, yes.
Love to see.
Cincinnati.
Yeah,
I think that's gone Tampa because you got that cutout.
you're correct. It is gone in Tampa. Swing and a miss by Raphael.
How do you know? Do you got all these in your head?
I've got some of them memorized. Some of them I don't. But
how do you know these?
I'm being told.
Oh, nice. There you go. Nice. All right, we should try to get the rest of these.
Schreiber up in the pen. So the Sox have hit 3 home runs. Choppy swing and Raffy down for the 2nd time on strikes tonight.
Well, that's 10 strikeouts for Cole. Boy, he's done that 10 times this year. 10 or more punch-outs, but he goes to the breaking ball to Devers. Well, he's got Devers' number tonight. Walked him once, but punched him out twice.
Yeah, his line's basically new school baseball. 10 strikeouts, but the home runs have cost them.
Right.
JD 0 for 2. He struck out and fly to center. Nick, you and I were talking about this during a commercial break. The Sox have gotten this guy with the long ball.
Right. You're not going to get a lot of hits off him, but boy, they made him pay. I mean, I'd love to see how many home runs he's given up Fenway Park in his career.
Like you said, it's not like you're going to string 5 hits together against him.
No.
But you can get him with the long ball. Red Sox do.
I think it's a part of how he'll go at you.
Yeah.
Like he will just come at you and
a lot of strikes.
Yeah, and you should. I mean, when you're throwing 99 miles per hour,
yeah.
You don't want to nibble.
2 down. Red Sox in front, 4-3. They've done it on the strength of 3 home runs.
All the scoring on home runs, both teams.
Lipke up in their bullpen, the lefty. Pitch count at 91 for the Yankees ace. And he is that. I mean, everybody's got a number 1. Not everybody has an ace.
No, this guy's legit ace.
Sharply hit and a single. JD is on. 2-out base hit. He carries a 98-mile-an-hour fastball up the middle.
Yeah, that exit velocity is going to be hot too. Those ground balls, I think they come off a little hotter than most, but great job by JD. Finally got the head out there in front. He was a little late on the fastball, just a little tad bit late on that slider. I thought he was going to crush that one before that. Good job finding that hole up the middle.
Arroyo 0 for 2. He's grounded out 2 times.
Yeah, 110.8.
The base hit.
Base hit.
Was it?
Ground. That's the thing people don't talk about. They're so fixated on it, but you'll look every single game. One of the highest exit velocities will be on the ground.
Stanton's hit a lot of balls on the ground, like 120 almost.
I just want to make sure for viewers, I'm not saying hit the ball on the ground. We hit line drives all over the field, but just hit the ball hard.
Yes.
Red Sox only have 4 hits, but 3 of them have been over the fence.
Yeah, you get crucified these days. If you applaud a ground ball hit hard, there's a whole baseball group that they want to yell at you immediately. But I still love it.
Bogey gets a lot of hits on the ground, doesn't he? Leads the world on hits on the ground.
He does.
That's where the argument, it's more of a social media argument. You know, don't hit ground balls. I mean, even Josh Donaldson, he talks about don't hit ground balls. Well, it's a byproduct of the game. Round ball, you know, round bat. You're trying to square it up as much as you can, and you're going to hit ground balls. But when you hit 110, they're going to find more holes.
3-1. Green lighted there. So the way Alex Cora works it on the green light is it's up to the hitter.
Until you screw up so much, he takes it away.
That's right. JD off the bag at first. In there for strike.
Fastball right there.
Yeah, Arroyo thought it was a ball. He went to go.
Get a little hitting streak at 3 in a row.
Wouldn't be surprised he's throwing a slider here.
They're taking off and a pop fly to right field. Cabrera to make the catch with the Red Sox on a home run by Xander Bogaerts, his 14. And then pointing at the dugout, got him. Red Sox up by 1.
First blood.
baseball on official replacement windows of the Boston Red Sox. Find Mass Money. Visit findmassmoney.com to check your name for unclaimed money items and by Subaru of New England and the all-new Subaru Outback Wilderness, SubaruofNewEngland.com. Sox have jumped in front on a home run by Xander Bogaerts down the right field line, and they lead at 4-3. And John Schreiber out of the bullpen. See how long he goes in this one. Trying to protect a one-run advantage. Here comes Raffy along the line. That's a fair ball. And gets it. Nice stretch by Casas. One away.
Well, Raffy again, almost like playing up for a bunt when you think about it. That ball might have went foul, but he grabbed it before it went foul because he knew it was an out. Look at this.
Yeah, if he's not in, I mean, if he's not playing even with the bag, that's a foul ball easily. Lucky break right there in positioning.
Schreiber tossed a scoreless sixth inning on Sunday at Baltimore. He's allowed only 2 home runs. None since the All-Star break. Here's Trevino, the catcher. 1 for 2 with an infield single.
Love to see quick outs here, like that one with the first pitch with a guy like Schreiber. Get a quick inning. Can probably leave him in.
Give him 2 innings.
Face the big boys. Oh wow!
Broke the bat. Rolled right back to him. 2 up, 2 down.
I'm laughing only because that's a flashback that every hitter has. It's not a good feeling.
This is a beautiful thing as a pitcher. That just keeps them alive. Oh, that's thumb ball right back at you.
Yeah, it's never good when it hits the other color on your bat at the bottom.
Marwin Gonzalez, a 2-run homer back in the 3rd inning. Also struck out. First one in for strike 1.
Heck, did you ever throw a pitch that a guy swung at and hit him in the chest? Do you remember that? No. You know he's actually seen that?
I've never done that to somebody.
I thought for sure you might have hit like a lefty or something.
My slider wasn't that nasty. Schreiber mixing in that changeup too.
He did the last outing.
Yeah, I was calling it a split, but it's a changeup, but it has some good downward depth to it.
5 pitches, all strikes.
Schreiber, where have you been all our lives? This guy has been funny all year. Just missed.
Yeah, perfect location too.
I mean, left-handers have a better look at this guy, but he's got something. He's got something for you.
Trying to strike out Gonzalez. Watches that one foul to hang in. Top of the 7th. This is a quick series between the two, just 2 games. One more series to come in New York that'll be twice as long.
Well, that series will be forever. Don't want it Thursday to Sunday, right?
And that'll be it for 2022.
Let's see if he elevates here. He likes to go down and
he was late on that fastball the last right. Change it. Yeah.
With the new schedule next year, the Red Sox and the Yankees will meet, what, 13 times?
So they only go there twice, I would assume, right? Instead of 3 times.
This year you play everybody.
I love it. I think it's great for baseball.
You better love it.
2-2. And fouled away. And
But they get to see more teams, get to, you know, hopefully get more attendance.
And that, along with some really interesting new rules next year. Swing, low floater. Verdugo on approach, and here comes center fielder Kike to pluck that away and retire the side on just a handful of pitches. 10 pitches.
An enemy has been slain. The official tools of the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, back in the third innings, the Reese McGuire inning with highlights of throwing out Aaron Judge a second and then absolutely crushing a home run down the line.
His first of the season. And the Sox up by 1-4-3. Despite just 4 hits in the game for Boston. 4 of his last 31 appearances. Home run, really no doubt, into the opposite field off of Garrett Cole in the second inning. He has since walked and stolen a base. He pushes it foul.
Not easy to figure out the speed of it, even when you're just trying to hit it, let alone bunt it.
And he's never faced it before, obviously. Costas trying to lay down a bunt. Litke doesn't throw a fastball. Does not throw a fastball. Throws cutters and curveballs and sliders. Slide.
Guaranteed high score.
1-2. Off the corner.
Wow. That's a good take.
Well, that's paint right there. I think it was a good ball there. Good ball.
Yeah. It's just the way that ball hangs up there on that slider. It's hard to time up that speed.
Kike on deck. High fly right field. Cabrera back it up and has room. He's got it on the running track. The second time here at Fenway that he's done that. He's hit with a long way that looked at the crack of the bat like it had a chance.
Yeah, his first at bat in the big leagues, I thought had a chance, you know, but he didn't hook it. That ball's gone a lot of places.
Yankee Stadium for sure.
Center tank, maybe. Yankee saved that pitch. He left that one on the inner half. He spit on the one away, and he got the pitch he watered and almost left. Impressive night for the kid tonight.
Struck out second inning and again in the 5th inning. He's against Garrett Cole to pile up 10 strikeouts in 6 innings, but left losing by a run.
It's like hooray for strikeouts. Right? You get 10 punch outs, hooray.
worst stadiums. That's a home run.
Yeah, I told you.
Wow.
Does that make him feel any better?
No, not at all. It makes you feel worse. Don't let him know that.
Cut. And 1-2.
Yeah, left-handed is not easy here.
No.
You don't get too many cheapies. You might get one down the line, maybe hook one around the pole, but I mean, to keep it fair, I mean, it's a bomb. Still the right field on the line. Yeah, the righties have the cheapie now at the pesky pole.
Yes.
He strikes out for the third time.
You thought that was gas, but it wasn't. That was a little cutter.
88-mile-an-hour cutter.
That's his hair, is his cutter.
StatCast is powered by Google Cloud.
Yeah, this is off Garrett Cole. Bringing the cheese at 97, 98. High fastballs. Casas, McGuire, and Bogey. That's the one we were talking about as a righty. Hook it there. Sorry, slice it around. Get it into the stands.
Oh, sneeze on him.
Wire strokes a base hit to right. Reese also having a really nice ball in the home run. Now he's added another knock, and he has thrown out a base stealer.
He's put together some really good at-bats since he's been traded over here. Pulled the ball today, but a lot of times he does a good job of going the other way with the ball.
So that's it for Litke. And Trevino coming on out of the bullpen. We'll have more in just a moment.
Enemy rampage. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
About to swing away. And Trevino, a right-hander, has gone 1 and 2 with a 123 earned run average in 17 appearances since he became a Yankee on the first Saturday. And has done some really good work.
Yeah, it wasn't throwing real well with the A's, but came over here and has done a good job, like you said. Sinker, slider, cutter. 95.
14 of his last 18 appearances overall have been scoreless. Giant fan delighted that Garrett Cole is out of the ballgame because Tommy struck out 3 times against him. Although he's hit him very well in the past.
It's an interesting bat right here, too.
Trevino and Trevino.
You don't miss a trick, do you?
It's unbelievable. Just one letter. Or should I say a vowel?
2 down, a man on.
He's really got the kitchen sink, doesn't he? He does. I have 6 pitches. He does. I should think this fastball slider. Breaking ball. What was that?
That looked like just looked like the sinker going in, but that is the best way to get hit by a pitch right there. All jersey.
They have to have a blousy jersey.
Yeah, that's not easy for some of us. Sometimes it sticks.
Yankees will have a mound visit here in front of Verdugo, who's hit the ball 3 times to the left fielder in the air. Verdugo's batting stat presented by Plymouth Rock, auto and home insurance for Boston sports fans. And add to a 285.
Seems like Verdugo was getting hits every day for 6 weeks since the break. Being close to hitting 290 at one point, right? I mean, it's hard to get it going all the way to 300.
Yeah, I mean, he was around the All-Star break like 250, right? 260, like around the 260 mark.
Yeah. Marinaccio losing the bullpen. 2 on 2 on. Wire and Pham aboard. And strike.
This is one where you want to hit that 5-6 hole. Make hand to hard. Come around the ball to his left so he can't make a strong throw.
Shoulder.
It's been a great week. Some amazing moons.
Harvest
moon. Look at Jeff. You studying up on your moons, Zach.
Farmer X getting ready, man, for that retirement.
I know, but I get a little squirrely when the moon's full moon, man.
You're not alone there. I believe in that full moon.
I do too. Retrograde, let's get into that.
Ooh, 2-1. Line drive, Cabrera will make the catch. Red Sox with a threat, but they will strand 2. Number 56 for the Yankees center fielder. So New York with a couple of home runs. Red Sox have hit 3. And it's a one-run game as we move on to the 8th inning. And our BuyForIt.now.com call to the bullpen. Garrett Whitlock. And the scoreless 9th inning Sunday against Baltimore. Against Judge here, he's gone 2 for 3 along with that home run. He has a single.
5 off Whitlock in his career.
In the 7th inning. His second home run tonight. He has 57. And this game is tied 4-4.
That is sick. That is so sick. After a ball down and in, he hangs a breaking ball and he does not miss it. He just will not miss anything. That is absolutely incredible. Number 57 ties this thing up. Yeah, held my breath for a second. And look at the ball just spinning. That's not a good pitch. And this is what he does with mediocre breaking balls.
Yeah, he can sit back. He's so strong and has that. For me personally, he took a fastball earlier in the game. I think he's looking for breaking balls and trying to drive him out.
Well, he drove 2 out.
Yeah, he's sitting back because that one he took, it was a 1-1 count, I think, to get the 2 strikes. Man, you cannot leave the ball in the middle of the plate to him. Going down and in was a good pitch. Stay in there.
Still with a bounding ball. Pace on that. Say he likes the spotlight a lot. Obviously, he responds to it.
Making up for the lost not getting balls out of that way tonight. There you go. Breaking ball, first ball is what it is.
Torres trying to go yard there. Comes a bending.
Yeah, the reason I said go in hard too, you see on that one too, with Weber missing that. It's when you're facing Whitlock, the ball gets on you quick.
With that stride he's got, he's on you.
And it's on you. So if it's in, you gotta pull your hands inside that ball. It's not an easy ball to hit out and keep it fair with the ball, the sinker down and in.
There's a good breaking ball now. I mean, he had thrown that ball in that spot.
Correct.
Different story.
Yeah, it's not much about the location was everything. He just missed a spot, hung it up there.
Big boy will not miss a mistake.
Yeah, the offer he did. Yep, that struck him out. 2 down. You mentioned this earlier in his career at Fenway Park. 36 games coming into tonight. Judge was a 178 hitter here with only 6 home runs. But this is a incredible season. He is off the charts.
I think those two need to go into WWE too. Little duo, Stanton and Judge.
Donaldson 0 for 2 with a walk.
Well, Whitlock hasn't shied away from that breaking ball since the home run.
Nobody on base, but a tie ball game. Donaldson, the former MVP. He takes one downstairs. Loizaga up in the bullpen for New York.
They got a nice bullpen for you now. They got a lot of guys throw good out there. Loizaga throwing the ball better. He was great last year.
2-2.
Yeah, what's even more amazing about that is they lost Green, they lost King, and King was on this. I mean, King was dominating.
He was.
Chapman's out. They still have arms. But I think that in the first half, that's what you saw. You had 6 guys that were 7th, 8th, 9th guys.
And Holmes was out of this world the first half. Throwing that
Bowling
sinker,
balls.
yeah.
It's Fred Flintstone bowling.
Yeah, he was. We'll probably see him tonight if this thing stays tied.
2 broken bat, and it'll be caught by Royal. Side retired, but Judge strikes again. His second home run of the ball game, and it's 4-4.
Yeah. I'm trying to put together a box. It's like a card box. And it is seriously fucking stupid. Ugh. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Don't gank.
Presented by Moderna.
Back to 6th inning. Bogey gets a fastball from Garrett Cole and just slices it perfectly around that pesky pole for a 332-foot homer.
Moderna using mRNA to develop new vaccines and therapeutics that may one day treat diseases and personalized medicine. She's about to lead things off here. We are tied 4-4. The home run ball has defined this game. Red Sox also getting shots from Casas and McGuire. Aaron Judge with a pair of home runs. Marwin Gonzalez has hit 1, 2.
6 home runs, 3 apiece tonight, right?
Xander followed by Rafi Devers and then JD Martinez. And against Jonathan Loizaga, the right-hander. He becomes their 3rd reliever since Garrett Cole departed after 6 innings.
A funny swing there by Bogey, looking for that. He throws 65% hard sinkers, and he started him off with a slider.
He was ready for it and just couldn't. This was the worst. You are just bought into, I'm going to swing fastball, try to pull this. Uh-oh, that's a bender. Can't hold it.
Loizaga is not allowed to run his last 8 games. That's a hot shot, and Donaldson makes the play.
Talk about hot shot. Wow. That ball was sizzling.
Absolute rope.
He got that sinker that time, didn't he? And he was all over it.
Got it out of the air.
Look at this thing.
He went with numbers there. The hard part is Donaldson, those are the ones that actually break your hand if you don't catch them right. Low liners. Luckily, I think he got in the webbing.
Came off the bat at 107 miles an hour.
He made that look easy. That was a nice play there.
Here's Rafael. The walk and 2 strikeouts tonight. All that against Cole. Red Sox first pitch presented by Rodenheiser Home Services. TC Jim and Will highlighting Rafi Devers on a Rodenheiser Heat Zone. We check out those numbers, his career against Cole, the 6 home runs.
A summoner has disconnected.
He was on base when Casas blasted his home run. First career home run in Boston in the 2nd inning. 2-run shot. Foul away. Let's find the
W me. Oh my god, just kill it. What the fuck?
More than $3.5 million for cancer care and research at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. The inspirational two-day event for patients, doctors, community leaders, and special guests. Raised more than $65 million over the years to strike out cancer since its inception in 2002. Very, very successful 2 days. Well, this one going to the ninth inning. No resolution yet. We're not 4-4 Red Sox and the Yankees. Barnes out of the bullpen. They get 5, 6, and 7 in their lineup. Starts with the young Cabrera hitting 200 with a home run. He is over 2 tonight with a walk. Looks like Toronto's going to beat Tampa Bay there in the last of the 8th inning. 5-2. The Blue Jays have the lead. And that holds up. They split a doubleheader today. Seattle and the Padres underway in the 0-0 out west. On Cabrera. Red Sox 6 and 7 against the Yankees, but 4 and 3 here at Fenway. And a ball.
Didn't give him that, but that ball caught the corner. Ball high, outside. What do you got? Got it out. Yeah, you're right. A little bit of both.
And they're called strikes.
Western's had a pretty good night. I haven't heard on him all night. Umpire behind the plate did a nice job so far.
You're implying there's time.
There's still time. There's crucial stuff coming up.
Did you spend a lot of time when you became a relief pitcher, closer, studying the umpire? The game where it's like, nah, the heck with it. I've got my routine. And
you know, they're pretty good to me when I was a closer. They really were. They gave me what I needed. You know, that corner, I got to have it. You know that.
They like to call strikes. Counting on, thrown away, 97 miles an hour.
What a great comeback. Back from 3-0. Nicely done. Barnes does his thing. 3-2 piece of cheese by him.
So presented by Amica. Get insurance you can feel confident about. Discover Amica Auto, Home, and Life Insurance. Duhar's gone 0 for 3. first to second. Touched the bag, but failed to retouch on his way back. And on appeal from Alex Cora, it was ruled a double play.
He had a perfect angle on it, too, from his position. He saw right away. He didn't have to go to the end. He went out right away to the end. He's got to challenge this.
Ooh, careful. They'll walk into that.
As we were talking about Clay Holmes earlier, up in the pen.
I see right behind him those weighted balls. It's basically what he's throwing up there.
How about that hook? That was pretty. Little late breaker. Didn't even go in the dirt. Look at this thing. He threw a fastball neck high. That has a lot to do with everything after that.
One down, base is empty.
There it is.
Foul. For the Yankees, 4 runs, 7 hits. For the Sox, 4 runs, only 5 hits. Either side has made an error.
Looks like an interesting family. Looks like they're twins. Yeah. One Yankee, one Red Sox.
With loyalty.
Barnsy's going to have a hard time with that pitch clock next year.
I don't think he's going to be alone. Talk about it and the learning process that's going to be. He's going to have to learn quick. Little floater. He gave plenty of time to get there. At number 2.
Tune in to Friday Night Fenway, presented by Budweiser, Friday at 5:30 p.m. We will have an exclusive TC interview with Alice Cora and a preview of the Kansas City Royals series. Budweiser, Major League Beer.
Guy who 270 with 3 home runs. That's a base hit tonight. And has scored one of the Yankee runs. We're tied up 4-4. Top of the 9th inning. The Sox will have due up when we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Christian Arroyo, Tristan Casas, and Kike Hernandez.
Look at Barnsey throwing a changeup, too. He never would have seen that a few years ago.
Evolving.
0-1.
You know, right on right changeup. You just wouldn't see it.
It's also one of those things too. Somebody doesn't know, and then you see it as a hitter. You got to recognize the spin a little bit. You see it slowing down a little bit.
Go up the middle. Xander cuts it off and gets it. It's a 1-2-3 from Matt Barnes. We'll see if the Sox can win this thing. Xander Bogaerts with a nifty play.
Your turret has been destroyed. kill. An ally has been slain.
T-Mobile coverage cam.
Well, the home run's been pretty much everything in this game. Casas goes deep for his first homer at Fenway in the second. McGuire in the third. And then in the sixth inning, Xander Bogaerts slicing it around that pesky pole with 3 home runs tonight.
So 4-4 game as we bring in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Holmes, a right-hander, making an appearance, just recently reinstated off the IL. He's been troubled by some back spasms.
Number 39,
the ultimate ground ball guy. Just a 225 earned run average, part of that fine Yankee bullpen. That's trying to beat it.
Only giving up 1 home run in those 56 innings. Looking for number 2.
Salvador Perez.
Here's Arroyo. He's going to ground out. First home run. 2-run shot. Second inning is on deck.
Killing spree.
2-0.
So that one, Eck, when you get across that dark net,
You almost have to set it right down the middle with this guy because it moves so much.
and as a hitter right now, when a guy like this is in it, you're in take mode. I take 2. Oh, yeah. Time it up. I agree. Take it.
3-0. In for a strike.
Almost have to take something off. He had to throw a strike there.
Took a little bit off.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah, that was 94.
Has been slain.
Take something off out of the ball.
3-1. Full count on Arroyo.
It's hard to square up, man. The ball moves.
Yeah, and that's the one. When you get a guy that throws 96, that kind of sink, you got to take away the other half. You out of hand, you cannot do with that ball down the middle. They're just going to chase you in. You need to look out over the arena. But anything in the center half you're taking, that's going to turn into a ball.
Arroyo, the leadoff man in the bottom of the 9th. Puts it in play. Donaldson gets it. And one away.
Both pitchers coming. 3-0 counts in this inning. Barnes and now Holmes. Come all the way back.
And that's the one. And that's the one he threw across for the ball that I asked you about, Eck. That was the hard part there, and you get that rollover because you're trying to pick the spot. You think that's going to sink. He threw across his, kind of a little dart across. That didn't really get that sink action back over to the center of the plate.
Just good enough, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a bad pitch fire.
Stolen a base. Deep to right field. Nope. Had some really nice swings.
This might be the right guy to have up against Holmes.
Misting again in Fenway. walk this thing off. Otherwise, we go to extra innings.
This Holmes is a ground ball machine here, if you think about it.
Yeah, and that was just a violation. And then out there. Stick with it, what you just did off the DraftKings side. Let it get deep, go the other way with it. You just hurt the best one a little bit and cut it, just got a little short with it and got that rollover.
Holmes leading all pitchers in ground ball percentage, 79%.
That feeling.
Kike trying to get one in the air. He struck out 3 times tonight.
I think he didn't swing for Kike. He's looking for a fastball. Ready to it's a slider. It's one of those nights. That's fine the way Kike sets up. He opens up that front hit ready to pull.
An ally has been slain.
Familia warming in the bullpen for Boston. Kike hoping to make that unnecessary. This is 6 home runs today. Going to line that one into right field. Cabrera back it up, back it up. He's got it. Oh, that was a bad one. Yeah. We are headed for extra innings time for Fenway. In New York, last 4 meetings of the year between the 2 rivals. Here is Familia. His numbers between Phillies and the Red Sox. 5.82 ERA. Taking us to the 10th inning. And Palefa made the final out in the 9th inning, so he'll be the base runner. And Hicks will be the batter. He has had a tough year. Recently taken out of a ball game during the game by manager Aaron Boone after a couple of misplays in the outfield.
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
Got booed lustily in New York. Hitting .211 with 6 home runs. Very disappointing year for him. Yankees with the runner at second to begin extra innings, tied 4-4. And a Swifty in there, 96 for strike 1. Hicks, I think, was surprised
TV.
A zillion years ago, 1977.
Hicks has not played in the last couple of games.
You definitely don't see that as much in games as you used to. Guys not hustling and things happen in a game. Guys don't get taken out as much. There's learning lessons. You see who the real character within the player is too, though, and how they respond after.
Now, one of those was a situation where he didn't go after a ball that fell in. Somewhat similar to what happened with Jaron Duran this season. That he lost. As a pinch hitter, Hicks has had some success. He wails after that one and flicks it foul. Gonzalez on deck, and then Aaron Judge, who has 2 home runs tonight. Numbers 56 and 57.
Question in the booth before the game was, will they pitch to Aaron Judge? Well, we found out.
And he has 3 hits tonight, 2 home runs. Two.
Elliott, that's splitty for you. You go about 5 years back. Ooh, wow. That thing was devastating. Still devastating, Mitch.
Back in his Met days, though, right?
When he was at the peak of his career.
Yes,
it was
filthy.
Ooh, nice stop there by McGuire. Keep that runner at second.
Not really sure where it's going. He throws it so hard, this split finger. Got enough on his fastball to go after him. I mean, at 96, he'll sink.
Not an easy play right there for McGuire.
No.
Yeah, really good game. Defensively and offensively.
You
Over
can see
tonight.
you can see what they like about him, why they traded for him.
Here's the payoff pitch.
Back to the splitter again. Amazing. 3 in a row.
I mean, he did that all the time. He would just keep throwing splits. It's almost like Jose Contreras back. He would even tip. He would
knew it was
tip.
coming.
You knew it was coming. You still couldn't hit it. That's when you know you got a nasty split.
We are in the 10th. And a 3-2 pitch on the way to Aaron Hicks, the pinch hitter. Pop foul back out of play. Pretty good battle between these two.
How much of a differential too from the fastball to the split? 95 to 93. Usually it's about what, 4 or 5?
Yes.
8th pitch of the at bat coming up. Both sides have hit 3 home runs tonight.
Fastball up, get him a little.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And walked him. So Hicks is on first and second. Nobody out for New York. Let's see how they play this with Marwin Gonzalez coming up. He's hit a 2-run homer tonight. He's also struck out flat out.
He can bunt too.
I don't know if there's a bunting situation though, because then you don't allow Aaron Judge to hit.
You're right.
So if you bunt him over, you're giving up the out. Well, you get the out, but you're giving up the out to get Aaron Judge to get walked to get the Stanton. Now, definitely want Stanton up, but that's a double play that can end the inning.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're not going to bunt.
Then some people might say, well, what if he hits in a double play here? So be it, but I want to have Aaron Judge up there with runners on base.
Judge with 3 hits in the game, 2 home runs. Right now it's Gonzalez. Marwin at 195. He did crack his 5th home run.
Devers.
In the 3rd.
Watch Devers play him up. You got to play up. I mean, look at that hole that you've got over there. Just humongous hole.
That will not be allowed next year. They have 2 infielders on that left side of second base at all times. With the new rule, not punting.
You got to throw strikes. That's what you got to do.
That's also a thing too.
Split finger, even though he doesn't know where it's going. This guy throws hard enough to go down the outside corner with sinking. Not easy to catch right now.
It's on at first.
There you go. Another splitter. I mean, he said he likes that splitter tonight. How
do you throw a 94-mile-per-hour split, 95 fastball?
How do you keep throwing the splitter when you don't know where it's going? He finally hits the mark.
2-1 to Gonzalez. 2-2.
That's pretty nasty now. Got a fastball running on you. He's thrown 6 splits already on 12 pitches. He's only thrown 6 strikes.
Aaron Judge next. Time granted.
Another thing that's going to change too.
Yeah.
Calling timeouts next year.
You can only do it once? Is that what it is?
Get back in the box. Hang in there.
Once and at bat.
Checked on that earlier tonight. That's part of the new rules. Only 1 per at bat. 2-2 home. Got a piece of it.
Slider. First slider we've seen. Had him way out front. Just got barely. Ball didn't break.
Yeah, he won't go back. That ball doesn't break like that. That's where you can deposit one.
Couple good at bats here by Hicks and now Gonzalez.
There it is. Up the middle, gently hit it. On the first, and got it. Some nifty footwork there by Xander Bogaerts. As he crossed the bag and got second base and then flipped on for the double play.
Ball was hit just hard enough. He's saying, come to me, baby, come to me. And it did just enough. Made it look easy. Easy double play.
Down to third with 2 down, and Judge intentionally walked here. Obviously, put him on at first and third. And we'll bring up Stanton.
also hit the high ball.
Okay.
Got that quick little swing. He can click it up top. I actually rather go low. Get down to strike something up. Because he's got that old school 80s.
Rush on the side, too.
97, 2-0. And Familia to fire. Taking that miss.
Wenger has not made
Yeah, he was convicted too. He gave the finger. That ball's in.
Ball's in. Yep.
The guys on the side. They're on the side.
Trying to come all the way back here against Stanton. Taking and a strike. Commander Falefa at third. Judge on at first. 3-1 on Giancarlo Stanton. He takes ball 4. And the bases are going to be loaded with Yankees. That's 3 walks in the inning, 1 intentional. And we'll bring up Gleyber Torres.
A little nerve-wracking. The fact that he's been a little wild. But I'll tell you, you always love as an infielder where any base you can touch on a ground ball.
Yep, it's always helpful. We need some strikes.
Yeah, 19 pitches, only 9 strikes. Not enough.
No, not enough.
Torres tonight, 0 for 4. A run for Stanton. Man at first. L'Oreal will run for him.
Boy, as a hitter, aren't you looking down and in off Familia? That's what you're getting.
I'm guessing the reason for this is trying to beat the throw to second base to not give out an easy out, but I don't know if that.
Man, pulling out. Do you think he had a
Torres this year has come to bat 17 times with the bases loaded. He has 1 hit, but it's a draw. Overall 238, 21 home runs. No place to put him with 2 down.
Make this guy throw a strike? Rider scores, falls down. Still had enough time to get up and score, but this ball, that is clutch. Now he's got 2 hits in 18 at-bats with the bases loaded. Sinker middle, and that is a good piece of hitting, without a doubt. Ball down, and he smokes this ball to the gap. And everybody's going to score. An ugly inning with all the walks, and finally he stings it and clears the bags.
That is what every hitter practices. The sinker in the inner half and going into the opposite gap. And he did right there.
He's going to take off and run as the pitch comes in for strike. Donaldson, who is the 9th man.
I mean, that was a beautiful piece of hitting.
Yeah, that's what you work on hours and hours in the cages for. Moments like that, bases loaded, and getting that pitch and hitting it just like that.
You said he's 2 for 18 with the bases loaded, but a triple and a double. He's done damage with his 2 hits.
Just too many balls in the hand. He just can't find the strike zone.
Donaldson 0 for 3 with a walk. Yankees lead at 7-4.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
And let WB Mason pay your freight charges. Who pays your freight charges? Ooh, but WB Mason. Yankees have jumped in front here in extra inning 7-4. Higashioka is the new catcher. Sox bullpen unable to keep this a tie game. A lot of balls, a lot of pitches off the plate. Very, very costly in this one. Fire gets drilled. Reese's had a very good night, but that's a beautiful one.
Yeah, he's coming out of this one.
Oh boy.
trying to stay in.
Nice catcher, man. He's used to that.
Also, too.
Guy.
Oh boy. So and an opportunity here for Tommy Pham. Tommy's already been hit by a pitch. We've got him on the jersey. 3 tonight.
Hit a guy.
Tie it up with one swing.
Exactly.
You know, all the managers talk about it. You don't bunt over to score one because the opposition's one swing away from walking you off.
Tommy with 16 home runs. He looks at the strike. Toronto would win the second game of their doubleheader with Tampa Bay 7-2, so they split the twin bill today in Canada.
They still got 2 left, so they play 5 games.
0-1.
Look at the late movement on that one. As good as it gets right there, that ball down, out of the strike zone, but it starts as a strike. This is nasty. It really is.
Got it.
Nobody out.
What?
Good one for all the Hugo would hit next. And a 1-2 to Tommy. And down he goes, strike 3.
Well, he's got that thing twirling here in trouble. Wasn't it great? The target. Thinking sink down and he spins it.
How?
Having a tough night.
Not a real good breaking ball.
Yeah, nights like that. You already got 3 strikeouts. Got hit by a pitch in the other one, but just not seeing it good. We're not seeing it good. You don't face a guy like Clay Holmes.
Aaron Boone will make a move here. He wants lefty-lefty, so that's it for Holmes. And Peralta coming on. We will take the break as well. It remains, to this point, Yankees 7, Red Sox 4 in the 10th inning. More in a moment.
No.
What is going on?
Shut down.
Oh.
Coming out of their bullpen to take on Verdugo, who had a
Ow.
walk hit against him back in July. A home run here would tie
Nice.
the ball game. He's hit 9 home runs this season. 0 for 4 tonight for Alex. He's flied out twice to the left fielder, lined out to the left fielder, and lined out to the right fielder. So he's had some pretty good cuts.
Yeah, he's hit the ball well. It's just got to find that hole now.
One man away with Xander Bogaerts on deck. Xander has a home run tonight. Red Sox have belted 3 of them.
Play a little bit in the outfield. A little deep.
One man out.
Gonzalez is hugging the line at first base too.
See that sink? He goes pretty hard. Doesn't look like that big guy at 96 sink. Got a good changeup. He'll throw a changeup to lefties too.
I always feel that no doubles though. That opens up some holes for the base hits.
So the Red Sox grab a run, make it 7-5.
Well, I thought that was a mistake by Judge to throw it to third base because Verdugo could have taken second. But it would have been a close play. You see, ball in the gap right there. Hernandez is going to score, but you see, is that Wong that goes into third base? See, he can't take second.
Well, if you watch Wong, he starts at second base. He didn't go initially.
Just picked up his 65th RBI. And the Sox are still alive and kicking here in the 10th. The tying runs are on.
That changeup nasty. It really is. That's his best pitch.
Takes a little left turn detour.
0-2. Devers on deck. Shallow left. Hicks will make the catch. Runners can't go anywhere. And that'll be on number 2. So it falls to Rafael Devers.
He's yet to have a hit on him lifetime. 0 for 8 lifetime. Coming in. He's due. He's due, is right.
0 for 3 tonight with a walk and a run.
This guy's only given up 2 home runs in 55 innings. He's due.
An enemy has been slain.
First and third. He wanted to end it right now.
Foul tip. Launch that thing.
Get back early and just not as much effort with the upper body.
throws him a changeup, he might catch up with it. Be right in his happy zone.
Yeah, that's the thing too, right? When that changeup comes, when you get that big swing, you want to change exactly like that barrel.
Weiser warming in their bullpen in case. JD on deck. They lead on the corners with 2 down.
Opposite location. You think he wanted it? I thought he wanted it inside, got it outside.
That was painted.
Again on 1 and 2.
What in the fuck?
The run coming in to score. Long touches on the plate.
That is huge.
Oh, yeah.
Now Verdugo down to second. And this is a 1-run game on a wild one.
Yeah, he overthrew a fastball after throwing back-to-back changeups. That wasn't even close. Ball goes back into the stands. Cross season line. My goodness. Off the floor, into the seats.
Boy, that is a big lead, wild pitch.
Take a flare. Find a hole.
Here comes the 2-2. Oh, just flicked it foul. How about that swing?
Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Staying alive, man. Are you kidding me?
This is what you draw up in BP. How to stay alive. Just keep fighting. Hey, that's the D swing that gets you back to the chance to get an A swing.
His best pitch is his changeup throughout the.
Yeah, it's filthy.
Wow. 96 miles an hour.
Great swing after the 54. Emergency happens when he goes. Tries to leave Earth on a 96er.
Change here.
7th pitch of the at-bat.
I think it's a mistake too if he goes that change and leaves that up. He's a little late on that fastball, right?
Yeah. 2-2. He struck him out. To the mid, that's the ball game. 7-6, the final. The Yankees take the first game of this 2-game series.
A lot of home runs going back and forth. 2 of them by Judge. Judge tied it up 4-4. Extra innings, the Yankees, and they needed this effort, but they fall short.
Yeah, just fell short a little bit there, but entertaining ball game. And yeah, one more win. The Red Sox are out of it.
Yankees 7-6 as we toss it to TC.
against the New York Yankees over these final 6 games, but give the Yankees credit. Aaron Judge led the way. They scratched it out in extra innings. They showed you why they were a first-place team.
You just said it. First place team. I mean, they've been there the whole year. And so when you come to Fenway Park and you see this is going to be like a dog-cat fight right here, it's just a team that makes the least amount of mistakes or the opposing team capitalize on it. All right! Hitting mistakes.
Yeah, I think the positive I take from this is this Red Sox team is still playing competitive baseball against a good ball club. Outside of that...
Hey, thanks for the follow, buddy. You, me, together equals us. Let's do this.
That Alex Cora can throw out there. And on a night, home run to Aaron Judge. Joined the club. Every pitcher in baseball is giving up a home run. But Brazier was good, and Schreiber was good again, and Barnes continues to look really good. But then you're out of arms. And you've tried to familiar become the guy he was.
I'm following myself.
But hasn't been now in a couple of years because that stuff moves a lot. But he has trouble throwing it for a strike. The Yankees knew that, and they sat off everything tonight. He walks to around an intentional walk, loading the base in the 10th inning. You just can't throw that many balls in the 10th inning.
You can't. When you have stuff like familiar, the stuff is there. The stuff is plus. It's really good, but it doesn't matter if you can't throw strikes. But with a guy like that, you tell him, aim down the middle with every pitch you throw and let the movement work. If you try to pitch to an edge, you can't get to the corner, and then you get yourself in a count where you have to throw. You can't walk guys, and you have to throw the ball middle. And that's what happens.
When you realize your stuff is not that good, you can't continue trying to throw the same stuff. You got to do something different. You got to go to a field pitch, and that was not a field pitch, but he's continued throwing everything the same way. The split and everything is not good.
Torres has been under 200 since the All-Star break. He's 1 for 17 on the season with the bases loaded, but you gave him a very hittable pitch after they were laying off everything outside the zone. And I'll take him on right here because Aaron Boone has been under a ton of criticism over the second
scores on that ball.
I agree.
I know he fell down coming around third, but it was still going to be a close play. And I don't think they send Stanton there. And that was the one situation he put them in for, and it worked.
It worked. And the Red Sox battle back. They score a couple runs in the bottom half of the 10th inning, and they had Xander Bogaerts and Rafi Devers at the plate to try to get the winning run home. Our save of the game presented by Unibank. Bank different, bank unique, bank Unibank. And this was the wild pitch, a spike ball that brings in the second run of the inning. Gone a long pitch running.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Ooh.
An enemy has been slain. been slain.
What a useless sack of poo. Ugh. All you gotta do is turn and fight. We're 4, 2v1. I know I'm low, but geez, do something. Just not kite back. I'll remember that. Next time we have to all in. Yeah. He needs to get 6 before he does anything too.
An enemy has been slain.
Not good.
Enemy killing spree.
Ruh-roh.
Ally has been slain.
Come on. That was nice. muck.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to
What? You serious? Huh?
An enemy has been slain. Killing
Mother.
You have been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Love of God, hit an arrow. One arrow. That's a double.
The basic cause substance, an arrangement which was produced by your actions to life and is defined by your concept, I am unwell. This is why you are told, let the weak man say, I am strong. For by his assumption, the cause substance, I am, is rearranged and must therefore manifest that which his rearrangement affirmed. This principle governs every aspect of your life, be it social, financial, intellectual, or spiritual. I am is that reality to which, whatever happens, we must turn for an explanation of the phenomena of life. It is I am's concept of itself that determines the form and scenery of its existence. Everything depends upon its attitude toward itself. That which will not affirm as true of itself cannot awaken in its world. That is, your concept of yourself, such as I am strong, I am secure, I am loved, determines the world in which you live. In other words, when you say, I am a man, I am a father, I am an American, you are not defining different I am. You are defining different concepts or arrangements of one substance, the one I am. Even in the phenomena of nature, if the tree were articulate, it would say, I am a tree, an apple tree, a fruitful tree. When you know that consciousness is the one and only reality, conceiving itself to be something good, bad, or indifferent, and becoming that which it conceives itself to be, you are free from the tyranny of second causes, free from the belief that there are causes outside of your own mind that can affect your life. In the state of consciousness of the individual is found the explanation of the phenomena of life. If man's concept of himself is different, everything in this world would be different. His
I like to
concept of
counterplay
himself
that, right?
being what it is, everything in this world must be as it is.
Yeah.
Thus it is abundantly clear that there is only one I am. Found the explanation of the phenomena of life. If man's concept of himself is different, everything in this world would be different. His
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Your team has destroyed the turret.
down. I have no idea where anyone on the enemy team is, so let's not over pursue that. If I die, I'll be so sad. That's great. Bottom turret's getting hit. I love it. Top. Top's doing fine. I cover mid. What a beautiful thing. I mean, we could take Baron, but pretty anything really. They're just falling. Ah! Wait, what?
Executed.
What was the interaction?
An enemy has been slain.
Still got the tower there. Pro.
An ally has been slain. Has destroyed a turret. Dominating. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
What? Wait, we had Baron. What happened? Hello? We trolling. They still don't have a turret, but what's going on here? Huh, looks like the Roman bot, okay. Daylight.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Double kill.
Wait, almost to get a turret.